Chapter 8:25. After resting for a night, they adjusted themselves to their best condition. Yun Nuashing and the others stood on the top of the Golden Temple and looked at the training field below from the edge. Yun Nuashing noticed that there seemed to be fewer disciples in the temple. It's not just Yao Hua and the others. Some of the little guys also went with them, saying that they want to train with the Son of God and the others. Oh, right, the Son of God is with them. You're the young Temple Master, not the Son of God. Temple Master Jean said with a smile. Yun Nuashing staggered. If no one was holding him, he would have fallen from the roof of the temple. After stretching, Yun Nuashing turned around and opened his arms slightly. Then, it's time to confirm the number of people. The trick to the secret realm is open. There are no restrictions on long-range or close-range combat. Anyone wants to join? As soon as he said this, Ziyin, Feng, and Little Bing all stepped forward. Yun Nuashing smiled faintly. These girls had become soul-bound items. They would basically follow him wherever he went. There was no reason not to bring them along. Well, I'll pass this time. I can't get involved with Brother Nua's matters. She sat on the edge of the temple, swinging her little feet. She looked up and smiled helplessly at him. Yun Nuashing shrugged. He wanted to say, "You can cultivate in the temple." However, this girl jumped up and did a backflip. Her body turned into a soul and directly entered his soul. Then, a playful voice came from his head. "But I can hide in the soul to protect Brother Nua." "Hey, we're missing one. Come and play cards." Zai's laughter made Yun Nuashing so anxious that he almost jumped off the roof of the temple. "I'll go." As soon as Zai finished speaking, Yun Nuashing's forehead lit up. A faint voice, accompanied by a hymn, descended from the sky. Pure white feathers fluttered in the air. Ming's holy figure jumped out from between his eyebrows and landed steadily in front of him. She smiled faintly at him. "Girl, we're not going to have fun this time. We have a mission." Yun Nuashing sighed and stroked the girl's silver-white hair. Ming pursed her lips and narrowed her eyes at Mei Mao. She slowly spread her wings, and a dazzling golden aura surrounded her body, causing the sunlight to ripple slightly. She was incomparably divine, as if she contained an endless amount of light energy. This level of brilliance did not surprise Yun Nuashing. What surprised him was the girl's aura. "Ming, this aura. Supreme God? Oh my God! Why are all of them cultivating as if they're flying a plane? Why am I so miserable? I'm really..." Yun Nuashing did not know whether to laugh or cry as he pulled his long hair. The girls around him were all valiant. Little Ming slept for 9 years and directly went from immortal rank to beginner god rank. Moreover, she was a supreme god. Palace Master Jean looked at Ming in surprise. After a while, he turned his gaze to Yun Nuashing and said, This child's a little special. I've only felt such divine energy from the ancient angels. They're now extinct. If I'm not mistaken, they're extinct. Could it be that you found the holy item of the angels somewhere?" Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly and shook his head. He told Palace Master Jean about Ming's 9 years of deep sleep. After listening, Palace Master Jean pondered for a while and said, uncertainly, "Maybe it's the soul of a trapped angel?" Palace Master Shui touched Ming's forehead with her hand. After sensing for a while, she shook her head. "I can't tell. It's completely fused. There's not even a trace of the soul left. No matter what, this power already belongs to little Ming. It's as easy as swinging an arm. There won't be any backlash." After saying that, Palace Master Shui looked at Yun Nuashing gently and smiled. "Little star, after we go in, help me take care of Ling." Yun Nuashing scratched his long hair and nodded with a smile. "Count me in as well." Just when Yun Nuashing thought that the candidates had all been decided, Chu Yingzhan suddenly jumped out. She also adhered to her characteristic of being swift and decisive. With a kick, she sent the former flying more than 10 meters away. Her words carried an unquestionable tone as she added herself into the team. Yun Nuashing crawled up from 10 meters away. He rubbed his waist that was in pain from the kick. This girl actually did not show any mercy at all. Okay, I'll count you in. In any case, if you come, no one will vote against you. Little Purple, what's your plan? Yun Nuashing looked at the girl curiously as he carried her down from his shoulder. When he flew out just now, this girl actually stayed on his shoulder and didn't fall. Little Purple Soul looked up and said for a long time. Then she poked Yun Nuashing's lips with her little finger. After a while, she chuckled and poked between his eyebrows with her finger. Then she went in. Yun Nuashing was dumbfounded. She went in. She went into his soul again. Brother, I'll stay here for the time being. Little Purple Soul is very obedient. I won't give brother any trouble. The little girl's giggles and Zai's loud voice when he was playing cards from the other world sounded in his mind. Yun Nuashing covered his face speechlessly. Is my soul comfortable? Zian and the other 3 girls nodded silently and said in unison, It's very warm. Yun Nuashing was speechless. When it comes to souls, they can only enter your spiritual world easily when you're not on guard against them. Palace Master Jean looked at Yun Nuashing and then at Zian and the other girls and smiled. What he meant was that this kid had never been on guard against them. They could enter and leave his spiritual world like it was a game. Stop it! Yun Nuashing was so embarrassed that his face turned red. TSK. Chu Yingzhan looked at Yun Nuashing with disdain. The look of disdain on her face made Yun Nuashing's hair flutter in the air. Everyone thought that if Chu Yingzhan said something else, Yun Nuashing would eat her alive. Quiet down. I'm going to open the door. The crack can only last for 1 minute. The distance is too far. 1 minute is the limit. The rest depends on your luck. Ning Qianxiwe coughed dryly and quickly stopped the topic that was about to go out of control. Be careful on this trip. There is very little information about the Jie Su mysterious realm. We don't know what happened in there. Those who die in there will really die. Survival is the most important thing. Palace Master Jean patted Yun Nuashing's shoulder, looked at the group of people and sighed. Speaking of which, you didn't seem to have stayed in the 9 Gods' Palace for more than a few days. Yun Nuashing laughed dryly. Well, I can't control this, can I? Ha, bang. A loud sound came from behind them. A huge crack suddenly appeared in the space. It stretched out for dozens of meters and was about 3 meters wide. The chaotic power of space formed a huge wind that blew everyone's clothes. Yun Nuashing turned around. It was a red crack. The red color collapsed toward the middle and turned black. It was like a mouth that could swallow people. It's done. After tearing open the crack, Ning Qianxiwe clapped her hands. Then she walked toward Yun Nuashing. Under everyone's gaze, she gave him a tight hug. Then her red lips touched his face, lightly like a dragonfly skimming the water. She whispered, Be careful. After saying that, she let go of the hug and turned to look at Zian. Zian was slightly stunned. Then she clenched her hands and nodded. Do you still have Yuan Guang's token? The holder of the Academy token represents the Academy. It was rare for Hall Master Guang to open his mouth. Yun Nuashing smiled and patted the pendant on his chest. He nodded and said, Yes, I do. Taking a deep breath, he forcefully patted his cheeks and looked toward Ziyan and the others. In the end, he somewhat speechlessly looked at Chu Yingzhan. With a sigh, he waved his hand and said, Let's go! As his voice rang out, Yun Nuashing's figure flew towards the red spatial crack. Behind him, Ziyan, Feng Bing Mingming, and Chu Yingzhan all deeply breathed in and chased after him as they jumped into the crack. The red crack rippled and swallowed the 6 of them. Then, Ning Qianxue's hand seals condensed. The huge crack spun a few times like a twisted whirlpool and then disappeared completely. Sigh, I'm so tired. Opening a crack so far away will destroy the stability of that world. It's so troublesome. Why don't we just blow it up and wait for it to heal naturally? Ning Qianxue stretched and said something that made everyone laugh bitterly. Let's find a secret room and see if we can bypass the rules and use the holy staff to contact Little Star. Ning Qianxue said to herself. Then she disappeared from the top of the temple. Do you mind if I borrow a room? Palace Master Jean and the others laughed bitterly. You're asking if I mind when you're gone? What's the use of minding? There was a violent spatial turbulence in the red crack. Ning Qianxue's power enveloped the 6 people from Yun Nua planet and brought them through the spatial crack. Not long after, they saw a ball of light rapidly approaching in front of them. The 6 people's expressions turned serious. They prepared to resist the impact and then plunged into it. Their vision was covered by the dazzling light and they felt slightly dizzy. However, this feeling disappeared in a flash. The spatial turbulence around them disappeared and the space stabilized. The light in front of them also slowly disappeared. They subconsciously tensed their bodies. When the light in front of them completely disappeared and the light returned to normal, they opened their eyes abruptly. A strange world suddenly appeared in their vision. This was a vast land. At a glance, the land extended to the end of their vision. There were high mountains and steep ridges. Everywhere, there were deep abysses inserted into the ground. The widest of those deep abysses was at least 100 feet wide. The energy that lingered around them told everyone that the great power that caused these scars was some kind of indescribably terrifying battle power that tore the earth apart. The sky was also divided into distinct regions by an unknown power. A large red and black sky was in the sky. In the distance, there was a green sky. There was even a purple-black sky that was like the void. The entire world was filled with indescribable energy. Desolation and vitality coexisted. From time to time, a huge crack would open in the space. Chaotic spatial winds would sweep out and sweep away a part of the land, leaving behind large potholes. So desolate. This aura originates from the ancient antiquity. Yun Nuashing opened his arms and took a deep breath. Shock flashed across his face. He was not unfamiliar with this aura. Zai would occasionally release this desolate aura. It was an aura that originated from the primordial era. Yun Nuashing's gaze swept from the distance to the ground. After a while, she retracted her gaze. At this moment, they seemed to have been thrown on top of a mountain. The side of the mountain was pierced by a deep abyss that was over 100 feet wide. It swallowed half of the mountain and left a vertical cross-section. They just happened to be standing at the edge, and on this half of the mountain, there was only him and Chu Yingzhan. Yun Nuashing was stunned. Chu Yingzhan was also stunned. The 2 of them looked at each other for a while. Then they said in a daze at the same time, "We've been teleported away!" Yun Nuashing spread his soul power slightly. He touched the imprint that was left in his soul and tried to send a soul message. However, he could not establish a connection even after trying for a long time. The air was filled with an unknown power that prevented him from sending a soul message to Xian. Furthermore, his soul power, it's been suppressed. I've already discovered it. Before he could check, Chu Yingzhan said from the side. She squeezed her lily-white hands and sighed. It's been suppressed to the divine soul realm. In the god realm, soul power was just born. What a bad taste. Yun Nuashing was stunned. He hurriedly checked himself. His expression changed instantly. Chu Yingzhan frowned. What's wrong? Don't tell me that it's the same for you. You have so many divine items on you. You shouldn't be suppressed. Upon hearing this, Yun Nuashing's body trembled. He shook his head. I'm not suppressed to the divine soul realm. Before Chu Yingzhan could breathe a sigh of relief, Yun Nuashing said in a gloomy tone, I'm currently in the emptiness realm. When I first started to sense the energy of heaven and earth, Chu Yingzhan could not help but widen her eyes. Mei Mao's obsidian-like eyes stared blankly. Then, as if she understood, she nodded. It should be because of this secret realm. It can't be that we're the only ones being suppressed. That makes sense. Do you want me to tell you a piece of bad news? Yun Nuashing forced a smile. Chu Yingzhan paused for a moment. Then she raised her jade-like hand. Go ahead. It won't be bad anyway. Yun Nuashing smiled faintly. He clenched his fist tightly. He tried this a few times. Before he could say anything, Chu Yingzhan saw through him. She immediately frowned. You can't use your divine items? Yun Nuashing's mouth twitched. He nodded helplessly. Everything has been suppressed. Divine weapons, divine items, soul, spirit, elemental energy, astral energy, and even the divine imprint in my body have all been suppressed. Yun Nuashing paused for a moment. Then he smiled bitterly. Fortunately, the seal has also been suppressed. The situation hasn't reached the worst yet. It's already very bad. Chu Yingzhan frowned. She scanned the surroundings. Fortunately, this place seemed to be more remote, and no one came here. At the godly soul realm, I can barely use my soul power. My elemental energy and divine energy have all been sealed. What the hell is going on? Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly and waved his hand. He touched the pendant and thought for a moment. Then he took out the token of the Yuanguang Academy. The token was like a shield. At this moment, it was emitting a weak light. He touched it gently. A weak message slowly flowed into his eyes. After thinking for a moment, he slapped the token on his forehead. Instantly, a large amount of information rushed into his mind like a hurricane. When Chu Yingzhan saw this, she was stunned for a moment. Soon after, she understood what he was doing and retreated 2 steps. Her beautiful eyes vigilantly looked around. The weak energy circulating within her body caused her to angrily curse in her heart. This energy was so weak that she wanted to flip the table. After the large amount of information entered his mind, it quickly turned into a long string of words. Yun Nuashing quickly read through it. After a moment, he finished reading the information in the token. Then he put the token away and organized his thoughts. Then he heaved a sigh of relief. How is it? Chu Yingzhan turned around and asked when she heard the sigh of relief. The suppression is universal. Once you enter this place, you will be suppressed. At the very least, you will be suppressed to the Pantheon realm. Even worse, you will be suppressed to the divine heart realm and the godly soul realm. For people like me, who are suppressed to the emptiness realm. Yes, the rules say that the stronger you are, the stronger the suppression. Anyway, I am suppressed to the emptiness realm. Yun Nuashing shrugged helplessly. Chu Yingzhan, and then? Nothing else? Yun Nuashing nodded and said, this kind of suppression can be recovered. It's like breaking a seal. There are countless natural treasures in this secret realm. Those that contain a large amount of energy can help to break the seal and recover one's strength. Even killing demonic and demonic beasts here can help to recover one's strength. As for the rest, this is the only thing worth mentioning. Yun Nuashing raised his head and pointed at the red sky above them. The sky of this world is divided into more than 10 large areas. They are divided by color. Each area contains natural treasures that contain different elements. Red is the fire element, and so on. Other than the areas with 9 different elements and 9 different colors, there are a few special areas. For example, the area in the distance that looks like the void. In each area, the darker the color, the higher the concentration of energy, and the more energy the treasures contain. Similarly, it can also be considered a place with higher danger. Yun Nuashing paused for a moment and looked at the bottom of the pile of information. Gentle reminder, the law of the jungle. The one with the bigger fist speaks. The 2 of them were stunned. They looked at each other and shook their heads with bitter smiles. This reminder was simply too much. Chapter 826. Aren't you going to lead that Yuanguang Academy to do something? Did you state the conditions clearly? In the dense forest, Yun Nuoxing and Chu Yingzhan were running down the mountain side by side. The latter looked at the red area in the sky and suddenly asked, "There are 16 areas, and a holy artifact will appear at random times in each area. 10 hours before the appearance of the holy artifact, all the tokens will clearly inform the Academy that has obtained the holy artifact is qualified to proceed with the next step. Of course, forces that are not from the Academy that have obtained the holy artifact can also participate as long as there are enough people who are mentally prepared," Yun Nuoxing said in a deep voice. Chu Yingzhan plucked a red flower that was growing strangely by the roadside and threw it into her mouth. She casually chewed a few times and swallowed it into her stomach. The flower immediately turned into a huge red energy that dispersed into her limbs and bones. Wow, it's like fighting a beast. It's a pity that it's not an earth elemental. The fire elemental was wasted. TSK, why did this fairy have to have an earth elemental? Wouldn't it be better if it was a light elemental? Lightning elemental would work too. Earth elemental doesn't suit a young fairy like me. Chu Yingzhan smacked her lips and let out a long sigh. You should tell this to your father. Ask him why he gave birth to an earth elemental for you. Yun Nuoxing's indifferent words instantly silenced Chu Yingzhan. If she really dared to ask, she was afraid that she would be hung up and spanked. Bang! Bang! The explosion of yuan qi caused the earth to tremble. The sound that came from afar made Yun Nuoxing and Chu Yingzhan's footsteps tremble. Their eyes flickered slightly. Chu Yingzhan cast his gaze in that direction. The super eyes that the Eye of the Ocean gave him were not suppressed by the power of the rules here, allowing him to see the movements in the distance. Go and deal with them. Chu Yingzhan rolled up her sleeves, looking eager to try, which made Yun Nuoxing a little speechless. Shaking his head, Yun Nuoxing withdrew his gaze and continued to run forward. He also picked up some heavenly treasures with great energy by the roadside and threw them into his new portable space. This space was born in that peaceful world and did not disappear when they left. This space was bound to one's mind. No one could open it except for himself. It would also close completely with the death of its owner, and the things inside would be annihilated in the void. No, there are 2 groups of people fighting over there. There are 25 of them, and they are all in the Pantheon realm or even quasi-mortal realm. They came in a few days earlier than us. If we attack now, there is an 80% chance that we will lose. Let's find Xian and the others first. Glancing at the 2 groups of people in the distance, Yun Nuoxing sighed. It was a feeling of powerlessness, and his hands and feet were tied. Damn it! I'm not used to being restrained. Chu Yingzhan spat out Yun Nuoxing's thoughts. Ahem. Yun Nuoxing coughed dryly. Bear with it for a while. At least wait until I can draw out a divine artifact. Then, I should be able to sweep the whole battlefield. Your spiritual godly body is too casual. Chu Yingzhan glanced at him. If it was a spiritual godly body of another element, the situation would probably be better than mine. Yun Nuoxing scratched his head. Although I have 5 elements, I mainly cultivate the light element. Before I reach the demon realm, this element is not very useful. Moreover, I can't even use it now. Well, I can use a little bit, a very weak little bit. After all, I am only in the virtual realm. It would be great if I could use the elements. However, my soul and spirit are suppressed. What can I do? I am desperate. Don't you have that elemental divine art? Chu Yingzhan stared at him. This guy was the young master of the 9 Gods Temple. Could it be that he did not cultivate it? You know Yuan. Oh, you saw it at that time. Yun Nuoxing was surprised for a moment, then nodded his head, glanced ahead, grabbed her jade arm and turned in another direction, and said, There's someone over there. Indeed, he's cultivating. I'm also confident that I'm stronger than the others in the other 4 elements, but I haven't cultivated any profound arts related to these elements. Amen, as long as you understand what I mean. After being pulled in countless directions, Chu Yingzhan finally settled down. She stroked her long hair and glared at him. If it was not for the fact that the situation was not right, she would have kicked him. Can you do it? By the way, do you know where to find them? Yun Nuashing nodded. I have a sole contract with Feng, and Bing. They are in 2 different directions. Ming is beside Bing. Feng, and Xian are alone. I don't know where Xian is. Oh no! Suddenly, Yun Nuashing's expression changed. He hurriedly pulled Chu Yingzhan to a stop. His feet left 2 trails on the ground. He only stopped when he slapped a tree at the side. Chu Yingzhan and Mei Mao narrowed their eyes. This time, Yun Nuashing did not need to see it. She also saw it. In the open space in front of the dense forest, there was a messy battle circle. There were 2 people facing each other. The ground beside them was littered with corpses. The 2 people standing there were 2 men. Their auras were much stronger than Yun Nuashing and Feng's. They were both in the deity heart realm. It was obvious that they were captains. The man on the right was dressed in a snow-white academy uniform. On his arms, an azure dragon roared at the sky. A large deity character was imprinted in the middle of the azure dragon, giving it an intimidating aura. Between the 2 of them, the man in green robes on the left had a weaker aura. Yun Nuashing and Feng's appearance did not escape their senses. However, the 2 of them did not pay too much attention to them. One was in the emptiness realm, while the other was in the divine soul realm. They were not afraid of them. They only glanced at them casually before retracting their gazes. Looking at the 2 people facing each other, Yun Nuashing saw that they did not pay attention to his and Chu Yingzhan's plan. He immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He originally wanted to turn around and leave. However, he suddenly froze for a moment. His eyes flickered slightly. Then he suddenly laughed faintly. He moved his mouth close to Chu Yingzhan's ear and whispered, "If you and I work together and attack with all our strength, what's the success rate of killing that man in white?" Chu Yingzhan's ear was tickled by his breath. She shivered and glared at him. Then she sized up the man in white with a serious expression. The latter was obviously in his peak condition and looked like he was in the middle stage of the deity heart realm. However, she was only in the divine soul realm. Moreover, Yun Nuashing could not be considered as combat strength. The combat strength of an emptiness realm expert could be ignored. However, after hearing his muttering, she could not help but nod her head. "What? Why aren't you running away now? Are you trying to put on a show of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind?" When the man in white saw that the 2 of them were not leaving, he could not help but look over. He sneered, and the yuan qi in his body slowly surged. When Yun Nuashing heard this, he scratched his head awkwardly and coughed lightly. Then he pulled Chu Yingzhan with him and turned around to leave. When the man in white saw that Yun Nuashing had actually turned around and left, he froze for a moment. However, his expression quickly became even more disdainful. He sneered again and looked at the man in green. In his opinion, there was nothing to be wary of since the 2 of them were so timid and had yet to reach the deity heart realm. The man in green blinked his eyes and looked suspiciously at Yun Nuashing's back. He vaguely felt a sense of familiarity. Moreover, the energy fluctuations emitted from the latter's body were also somewhat familiar. However, he sighed a moment later. It was useless even if he was familiar with them. Yun Nuashing and Chu Yingzhan were too weak. They had been in here for a few days and had yet to reach the deity heart realm. It was destined that they would not gain much from this secret realm. When Yun Nuashing and Chu Yingzhan turned around, they took a deep breath. Yun Nuashing grinned and muttered softly. After muttering it 3 times, Chu Yingzhan's eyes suddenly turned sharp, and the 2 of them disappeared from their original spot like a beam of light. Bang! The man in white's expression suddenly trembled as a terrifying sense of danger arose spontaneously. Almost at the same instant his expression changed slightly. A violent yuan qi and 2 fists suddenly appeared close to his face. He did not even have time to react before he received 2 punches and a kick to his abdomen. His entire body flew out as a mouthful of blood, mixed with a few broken teeth, drew an arc in the air. The man in green was stunned for a moment before a fierce aura surged in his eyes. At this moment, he did not care why Yin Nuoxing and Chu Yingzhan had suddenly attacked. His figure flashed and appeared behind the man in white, ruthlessly landing a palm strike on his back. The latter immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground in a sorry state. The entire process was so fast that it only took half a breath's time. If it was an immortal or demonic realm expert, the latter would still have a moment to react. However, the man in white was also suppressed to the deity heart realm. How could he possibly block the light element's instantaneous attack? Beautiful. Fortunately you were able to react and land a blow. Otherwise, we might not have been able to kill him. Yin Nuoxing walked forward with a faint smile. The long hair on her back slowly turned pale under Chu Yingzhan's astonished gaze. In just a second, only 1/3 of the color remained. This guy, he uses his life force at the drop of a hat. Chu Yingzhan sighed helplessly. It was fortunate that he could think of using his life force as a bridge to use the light element. Even if it was only a little bit, this little bit was enough to become a fatal weapon for people below the mortal realm. The man in green smiled bitterly and waved his hand. He kicked the man in white who had fainted on the ground and cupped his hands towards Yin Nuoxing and Chu Yingzhan. Puzzled, he asked, "You are?" Yin Nuoxing smiled and took out the Longguang Academy's token. The man in green suddenly realized, "Longguang, we are on the same side. No wonder you would attack. However, this place is very far from the Longguang Academy's camp. Why are you here? Moreover, your aura. We are late. We just came in." Yin Nuoxing nodded with a smile. Just came in? The man in green was stunned for a moment. The door to the secret realm had been closed for a few days. How could it just... Thinking of this, he sized up Yin Nuoxing's face again. Then he sucked in a breath of cold air. "You're Yuan Guang's." "Sho." Yin Nuoxing raised a finger in front of his mouth and shook his head with a faint smile. The man in green shuddered for a moment before nodding in understanding. He crouched down and searched the man in white twice before taking out his ring. Then he ran to the group of people lying on the ground and took out the storage devices of the students in white. Those bastards from Celestial Godly Academy. They joined forces with many other academies in the secret plane. There was even a group of external forces suppressing the Elemental Academy. There was fighting all over the area. We snuck out and didn't expect to be ambushed. The man in green sighed. He was from Revolving Wood Academy, one of the Elemental Academies. He was only the captain of a small team. After sighing, he threw 4 to 5 storage devices to Yin Nuoxing and laughed lightly. "Although I don't know how you guys came in, but you guys are late by a few days. There are many good things here that should be useful. Without you guys, we would probably all die here. Although killing is forbidden in the academy, but this bunch of bastards... Anyway, can you help me transport them back? Our campsite is not far away." Then he pointed in a direction. Yin Nuoxing casually took the storage items and looked in that direction. It didn't take her long to find the camp he was talking about. She smiled and nodded at Chu Yingzhan. "Come and help." "Why would a girl like me do something like this?" The 3 took the 9 people and ran away. Chu Yingzhan kept complaining. Yin Nuoxing glanced at her, then looked at the person floating behind her, then looked at the 4 people hanging behind him. He rolled his eyes. The camp of the Revolving Wood Academy was located on a plain. After leaving the dense forest, Yin Nuoxing used his eyes to observe 360 degrees without any blind spots. From time to time, he would stop and turn around. After confirming that it was safe, he would signal to the 2 people and then continue to run. This made him feel very sullen, as if he was a thief. However, the rules here did not reason with him, so he could only grit his teeth and endure. Fortunately, they didn't see anyone along the way. The three of them smoothly left the fire elemental sky and entered the wood elemental territory on the side. At the entrance of a plain near a mountain, they found the revolving Wood Academy's camp that the green-clothed man had mentioned. Although it was called a camp, this camp looked quite simple and crude. It was just a tent. It probably didn't take more than a minute to set it up. It was also very fast to put it away. As if he saw Yun Nuashing's astonishment, the green-clothed man smiled faintly. "It's impossible to stay here forever. We're only temporarily staying here near the wood elemental territory to recover our strength as much as possible. After that, we'll wait for the sacred object to descend. It's actually quite easy to recover strength in the early stages. The top few in our academy have already recovered to the mortal rank in the past few days." "What is the sacred object?" Yun Nuashing couldn't help but ask. The green-robed man shook his head and said, "That's only what the rules say. In reality, we don't even know what the so-called sacred artifact is, but it's the pass to the second stage. TSK. There are close to 600,000 academies that have entered the hidden realm, and there are even more from other forces. Didn't you guys see it that day? When we were collectively teleporting, there was a sea of people. I would even believe it if you said that there were 100 million people. Fortunately, this hidden realm is extremely large. The second stage?" Yun Nuashing muttered to herself for a moment. Speaking of which, this secret realm. Why did the Divine Order Academy hold this secret realm in the end? The green-clothed man stared blankly and smiled bitterly. It seemed that this guy didn't know much about this before he was pulled into the stage. He coughed lightly and grinned. "The quota to the little divine land. This is the final reward for the trip to the secret realm. As for the reason, I'm not sure either. Even if this quota was given to the Revolving Wood Academy, it wouldn't be mine. I'm also self-aware. The teachers often say that the little divine land isn't a place you can enter just because you want to. Although I don't understand it, looking at the scale of this trip to the secret realm, I can roughly imagine how difficult it is. 100 million people fighting over 100 people's quota. How difficult do you think it is? My goodness! Only 1 out of 1,000,000 people is qualified to enter. That place has been praised to the heavens." Yun Nuashing and Chu Yingzhan looked at each other, then bitterly smiled. Their understanding of this place was still a bit lacking. They had heard the elders of their families talk about the little divine land many times, and from what they heard, it was quite easy to enter. They didn't expect that it would be so difficult here, where 1,000,000 people would fight to the death for a single spot. Half an hour later, Yun Nuashing's group stopped in front of the Revolving Wood Academy's camp. The green-clothed man wanted to let them in to rest. Forget it. It's not time to rest yet. We have to find someone. Looks like the punishment for coming in through the back door is to scatter us." Yun Nuashing waved her hand and sighed. The green-clothed man smiled wryly and nodded. "Then I won't stay any longer. I wish you good luck. Oh, right, I almost forgot. The Celestial Academy's people are looking for you, and they're very aggressive. I don't know why, but be careful." Yun Nuashing froze for a moment and nodded. She smiled faintly and waved her hand casually. "Let them search. Anyway, let's find someone and set a small goal. We'll talk after we survive." After saying that, the two rushed out of the plains. The green-clothed man smiled bitterly and shook his head. He carried the 9 people back to the camp. Chapter 8:27. Halfway up the mountain, on a large rock that protruded out of the cliff, Yun Nuashing gazed into the distance, his eyes circulating with faint ripples. The humidity in the air had slightly increased, and Chu Yingzhan, who was at the side, looked at his eyes with envy, as if she could hear the sound of the ocean waves. "Hey, why did the people from Celestial Godly Academy look for you?" While Chu Yingzhan was searching for a safe route in the distance on Yun Nua planet, Chu Yingzhan took a bite out of a strange fruit and asked in a muffled voice. Yun Nuashing's eyes blinked, his brows furrowed as he hesitated. The principal of Celestial Godly Academy wanted to poach me, but I rejected him. He probably hates me. Uffed! Chu Yingzhan spat out a mouthful of saliva as she stared at him in shock. Her face twitched slightly. That's it? That's all? Is the principal of Celestial Godly Academy crazy? How did such a narrow-minded person become the dean? Of course, if she knew that not only did the principal fail to poach her, he even lost a high-level 8 weapon, she wouldn't think so. Instead, she would sympathize with that old man. Who knows? Yun Nuoxing shrugged helplessly. After looking at them for a while, he jumped down from the boulder. He paused for a moment before standing up straight. Chu Yingzhan also jumped down from the boulder. She finished the strange fruit in 2 bites and clapped her jade-like hands. You really don't want to eat? This thing can recover its strength very quickly. Casually taking out a mutant fruit from one of the spatial storage devices, Chu Yingzhan wiped her mouth and said, "Just 1 bite and you'll feel comfortable all over. You'll be able to extend your lifespan. You'll be able to climb a mountain in 1 breath, and you won't be panting anymore." Yun Nuoxing stared at her in a daze. He opened his mouth, but only sighed. He casually took out a fiery red flower and stuffed it into his mouth. The flower turned into pure energy and entered his body, fusing with his limbs and bones. However, Yun Nuoxing did not feel as comfortable as Chu Yingzhan had said. He felt the energy disappear from his body and waited for a moment. A black aura appeared on Yun Nuoxing's body like a flame. Along with it were 6 red chains, 1 finger wide. They formed a circle around Yun Nuoxing, spinning like a seal. There were also 3 black runes that formed a seal wrapping around him. Yes, I've seen this seal a few times, and I feel that it's very serious. Chu Yingzhan swallowed the mutant fruit in her small mouth. Her lily-white hand patted one of the red chains. The ice-cold chain gave off an extremely hard texture. She used all her strength to break it apart, but aside from stopping it from spinning, it didn't have any other effect. Don't waste your energy. Yun Nuoxing sighed and waved his hand. These 9 seals should be the seals of this subworld's laws. It's basically impossible to break the seals. Even if I explode my chi, explode my seed, and take drugs, I won't be able to break it. In other words, all the power in my body is locked. Chu Yingzhan's jade hand reached into the pocket of Yun Nuo's windbreaker and took out a golden mutant fruit. She glanced at him and unceremoniously bit into it. She lightly smiled and said, "So powerful. I didn't think that there would be a time when the divine body would be restricted by the rules. Can you try to swallow the laws of this world?" Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes. "Do you think I'm a Taotai? Swallow the heavens and devour the earth? If you want to swallow something that doesn't have a physical body, you need to use the origin formation. But the origin formation requires the power of the immortal rank. As for other things that have a physical body, you just need to come into contact with it. Even if it's a god, you can directly swallow it. It just takes a little longer. After all, only my power is sealed, but my constitution is still there. Then isn't there no solution?" Chu Yingzhan's eyes widened. After eating this golden fruit, the origin energy within her body began to violently surge, causing both of them to be stunned. A moment later, the energy within her body began to surge more and more violently. Only after a while did it slowly come to a stop, stopping at the quasi-mortal realm. Oh, I already have the power of the quasi-mortal rank. If I eat a few more, I'll probably reach the mortal rank." Chu Yingzhan happily waved her hand, then patted Yun Nuoxing's shoulder casually. She smiled faintly and said, It's okay. I'll protect you. You've always protected us outside. This time, it's my turn to protect you." Yun Nuoxing faintly sighed, looked at her helplessly, and smiled. "Then I'll leave it to you." Chu Yingzhan grinned and pulled Yun Nuoxing down the mountain. This was a world sealed in ice. The cold storm was mixed with pea-sized snowflakes, and when the snowflakes hit his face, he could feel a bit of weight. The glaciers extended from thousands of miles in front of him all the way to the end of his line of sight. Numerous ice valleys stretched across the frozen land, like huge geysers that were spewing out thick ice aura. Even the clouds in the sky were blue like ice. Boom! A huge golden wave of air crashed onto the ice surface like a tsunami. It was as bright as the sun, illuminating the dark sky. On the ice surface, sacred feathers fell with the snowflakes. The snowflakes beside each sacred feather would be erased and slowly fall from the sky along with the sacred feathers. On the surface of the ice, the girl held a golden, holy sword that was more than 5 feet long. Golden runes lingered around her jade-like feet. Her golden eyes were dyed with a cold, golden flame, reflecting the figure that had fallen to the ground in front of her. The young girl took 2 light steps forward and pointed the sacred sword at the man's throat. Her cold voice softly said, "Tell me everything you know about this world." The man who had fallen to the ground could not stop trembling. His pupils had shrunk to the size of a needle tip. His fearful eyes inadvertently swept across the group of people lying around him. Some of them had already become ice sculptures, frozen here forever. Those who had fallen to the ground were still burning with golden flames. He didn't expect that before they made their move, they would be in such a situation. The complete victory that they expected didn't appear. Instead, they were strangled by the throat. He didn't have a choice. He could only tell her everything he knew. He was only a small student of the academy. Even if it was those strongest students, they wouldn't be a match for the young girl in front of him right now. After knocking the man unconscious with a single strike, the sacred sword in the young girl's hand turned into golden rays of light and dissipated. The wings dyed with golden flames on her back lightly trembled and returned to pure white. She turned around to look at the young girl behind her and said, "Bing Er, aren't we going to look for elder brother?" Binger blinked her beautiful eyes. Her blue-gold eyes looked in a certain direction, as if she had crossed the boundless space to see the silhouette that was rushing over. Her red lips faintly curved into a smile as she lightly shook her head. "Big sister Bing Ming, I can sense Father's direction. They're coming over right now. Father has encountered some trouble. In this world, he can't use those powers that are outside of the norm. Big sister Yingzhan is currently protecting him. With their resourcefulness, there shouldn't be anything they can't solve for the time being." Ming wrinkled her little nose. Although she really wanted to hurry over to Yun Nuoxing's side, she also knew that Bing Er was telling the truth. Looking at the dozen or so people lying in front of her, she lightly snorted. With a wave of her lily-white hand, a spatial storage device soared into the air. The storage device in the ice sculpture also broke through the ice and flew over, gathering in her hand. Then she cut out half of it and pushed it to Bing Er. Bing Er looked at the storage devices in front of her and faintly smiled. She shook her head and put them back in Ming's hand. Bing Er only needs the power here. Elder Sister Ming, use those mutant fruits. We are all in the myriad god realm right now. We need to recover our strength to the mortal realm as soon as possible. Oh. Ming nodded and put away the storage devices. She raised her head and looked at the clouds in the sky. Then she spread her wings and soared into the sky with her. Bing Er needed the power in this world of ice and snow, so she would go find the sunlight in another world. The sky was like rolling thunder. Thunder and lightning tore through the sky, twisting the space. The huge wind pressure brought with it an indescribable pressure, causing people to stop outside the storm. In front of a huge cave, Feng Er pressed down her hair that was messed up by the wind. Her crimson eyes glanced behind her and suddenly smiled. After a moment, she looked at the cave in front of her again. There was no longer any gentleness in her eyes, only a sense of determination and sharpness. Myriad Beast Cave. Her silver teeth bit her red lips. Feng Er took a deep breath and no longer hesitated, stepping into the cave. Boom! Majestic energy rolled out in all directions. Sword light flashed and cut a section of the waterfall. A huge hole was also cut in the mountain wall by this sword. Bits and pieces of dragon roars dissipated in the air. Surround her! Kill her! Together! In the turbulent Yuan Qi field, the smoke billowed and a group of figures jumped out. These 5 figures landed on the ground. The leader spat, the snow-white uniform of the Celestial Godly Academy draped over his back. He raised his head and roared. His body turned into a blurry shadow, and the other 4 swarmed over like a swarm of bees. 5 elements sky formation, 5 elements sky seal, suppress. A tall and slender figure appeared in the dust. Zi Yan's beautiful eyes were cold, and her deep purple hair fluttered without wind. Her jade feet were together, and a 5-colored array appeared under her feet. The power of the 5 elements surged and condensed on the dragon song sword beside her, turning into a huge sword mark. The tip of the dragon song sword pointed directly at the 5 people charging over. With a slight tremble, the sword shadow split into 5, and then turned into 5 long rainbows that shot out. Rumble! The 5 huge divine sword seals roared with energy, and the energy of the 5 elements in the world gathered crazily. The other elements fled the area as if they were fleeing for their lives. Wherever the 5 divine sword seals pointed, the air was split into 2. When the 5 of them saw the divine sword seal sweeping towards them, their expressions abruptly changed. The enormous pressure coming from the divine sword seal made them feel an extremely terrifying pressure. Immediately, they no longer had any scruples. With a roar from their throats, they heavily slammed their palms together. The Yuan Qi and Yuan power within their bodies surged out like a tidal wave. Divine God Technique, 4 Heavens God Seal. Boundless Yuan Qi and Yuan power surged out, condensing into 5 huge palm prints that were 10 feet in size in front of the 5 people. The dazzling white halo shattered, and extremely complex symbols were condensed in the palm prints, carrying a terrifying power of the symbols. The powerful fluctuations caused the elements in this world to become chaotic. Soon after, the 5 people roared in anger and slammed out with their palms. 5 huge palm prints directly cut through the sky, heavily colliding with the divine sword seals that were pressing down. Rumble! The palm print and the sword print violently collided, and the energy they carried poured out in torrents as if their lives depended on it. The violent shock waves overlapped and exploded with a loud bang, causing cracks to appear on the ground. The 2 divine prints also trembled violently after releasing an excessive amount of energy and slowly dimmed. Xian frowned as she looked at the incoming shock waves. She grabbed the Dragoncry sword and casually slashed it in front of her. The shock waves that shook the space came into contact with the tip of the sword and only caused it to tremble for a moment before quietly dissipating. Xian took a light breath as she looked at the 2 divine seals that were about to dissipate and the 5 people behind her. Her hand that was holding onto the Dragoncry sword trembled slightly, but it quickly stabilized. The Dragoncry sword was also suppressed by the power of laws here, but it could still be used as an extremely powerful weapon. Divine sword technique. The long sword in Xian's hand emitted a slight humming sound, and the energy of the 5 elements surged into the Dragoncry sword. Xian held the long sword tightly with both hands and lightly waved it in a special trajectory in the air. The tip of the sword streaked across the air, and ripples like water appeared in the air. A vast amount of energy, continuously condensed, and only when it had condensed to the extreme did she withdraw the sword. Then she chopped down vertically, and a soft shout suddenly sounded from her throat. 1 sword to break the 5 elements! A multicolored sword light that was 100 feet in size surged out from the tip of the sword like a wave. After rushing out for a few meters, it suddenly split into 5 sword lights, each of the 5 colors of the 5 elements. Like waves, the sword light swept out from 100 feet in size, absorbing all the energy in the world. By the time it rushed in front of the divine seal, it was already 100 feet in size. Like a tsunami, it swallowed the 2 divine seals in all directions and then smashed down towards the 5 people behind him. The moment the divine seals dissipated, the faces of the 5 people paled. When they saw the tsunami-like sword chi, their faces immediately turned pale. They subconsciously retreated in an attempt to dodge, but by the time they reacted, it was already too late. The 5 sword chi whistled past and instantly engulfed the 5 of them. Chi, 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 chi. Sword chi cut through their bodies, as if there were thousands of swords rapidly cutting through the sword chi. A huge force, like a meteor crashing into the earth, came from their chests. A mouthful of blood violently spurted out from their mouths, and the yuan chi and yuan power around them suddenly dimmed. Their bodies were sent flying by the huge force, and they rolled on the ground dozens of times before coming to a stop. The white academy uniform on their bodies had already been cut into countless pieces, and their exposed skin had been scraped inch by inch. Not a single inch was intact. The force dissipated, and the bodies of the 5 people brushed against the ground as they came to a stop. The 5 sword chi also dissipated with a loud bang, leaving behind 100-foot wide hole in the ground. The entire earth shook violently, and the 5 figures lying at the edge of the huge hole twitched slightly. Fresh blood flowed on the ground, forming a pool of blood. It looked incomparably miserable. In the distance, Xian swallowed her saliva and slowly knelt on one knee. She propped the dragon cry sword on the ground and lightly gasped for breath for a while. Her body automatically absorbed the 5 elements' energy in the world, allowing her to quickly fill up the holes in her body. Phew! After a while, she wiped the sweat off her face and slowly stood up, holding the dragon cry sword in her right hand. Her body flickered, and when she appeared again, she was at the edge of the huge hole. She pointed the dragon cry sword at the leader of the 5 people. Mei Mao's eyes were cold. "You want to kill me?" That ice-cold pair of eyes made the man gasp for breath. Looking at the cold sword chi that was aimed at his forehead, cold sweat immediately flowed down his face. He fiercely clenched his teeth and shouted in a hoarse voice, "There is an agreement between the divine, great academies. Killing between students is forbidden. If you kill me, you'll be killed by the enforcers. The Celestial Godly Academy won't let you go either." So noisy. Xian didn't care and curled her lips. "Enforcers? You have to know what I'm doing here. Plus, you were the one who started it. You kept shouting, 'Kill her.' Why are you backing down now that I'm pointing my finger at you?" Little Star said, "If you want to kill someone, you have to be prepared to be killed. Also, you're here for me and Little Star, right?" Yen smiled sweetly. Her smile was incomparably brilliant. Even the sunlight shrunk slightly at this moment. However, it caused the man's pupils to contract abruptly. A feeling of death suddenly surged into his heart. "Oh, let me tell you something fun." Yen smiled faintly and ruthlessly pierced her sword into his throat. Blood splashed out and dripped onto her charming face. Accompanied by that smile, she looked incomparably bewitching. That gentle laughter slowly entered his ears, causing him to lose all hope. "We didn't come in together with you. We just came in today. Oh, I don't have the Academy's token, so I'm not a member of the Academy." After he finished speaking, the man heard a few more sounds of swords piercing through flesh, causing his already shrunken pupils to tremble even more violently. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes gradually dimmed. In the end, he couldn't close his eyes. The Celestial Godly Academy is so boring. Xian swung her dragon song to get rid of the blood on the ground and sighed. She put away the 5 spatial items and the Celestial Godly Academy badge. With a flick of her hand, the 5 elemental fire burned and swallowed the 5 corpses in a few blinks of an eye. Xian didn't turn her head. She hung her dragon song on her slender waist and put her hands behind her back. She hummed a song and hopped forward as light and beautiful as a fairy. It was as if the killing just now had nothing to do with her. The waterfall resumed its flow, and the lake reflected her beautiful face. Her purple dress was stained with blood. Looking at the fresh blood on her face and clothes, Ziyan wrinkled her nose. Without hesitation, she turned around and walked towards the lake. I can't let little Star see me like this. Chapter 828. The lair of myriad beasts in a dark mountain range. Yun Nuoxing's jumping figure paused for a moment. Even Chu Yingzhan stopped and squatted on a thick tree branch. The latter looked at him and asked, "What is it?" Yun Nuoxing raised his head and looked in the direction of Feng. He muttered, "I don't know." Feng went to this place and could feel a lot of powerful and chaotic forces. The forces that originated from demonic beasts, and they were all soul forces. That lair of myriad beasts buried tens of thousands of demonic beasts and demonic beasts. The huge forces mixed together formed a cold wind that prevented all people from entering. Feng is one of the 4 mythological beasts, so she's not affected by that place. But I don't know if her bloodline pressure can suppress those mindless souls. There should be an opportunity for her in there. Although it's a little dangerous, she should be able to handle it. That girl won't do something that will throw her life away. Yun Nuoxing waved his hand and leaped out nimbly. Looking at his back, Chu Yingzhan wrinkled her nose and snorted. She took out a strange fruit and took another bite. Then she followed him unhurriedly. The cold wind blew in the mountain range. This place was still the territory of the wood element. It stretched for tens of thousands of miles, and they still hadn't reached the end. On this day, they had to stop and rest many times. With Yun Nuoxing's current weak body, tens of thousands of miles was already a very long journey. He had to stop and rest after walking for hundreds of miles. Along the way, they had to avoid those demonic beasts and demonic beasts, as well as some people with sinister eyes. In his opinion, people were more terrifying than demonic beasts. They were all people who risked their lives. Just on their way here, they had seen no less than 1,000 battles in this gloomy and cold mountain range. Some people were fighting with demonic beasts and magical beasts, but most of them were 2 groups of people fighting each other. They fought fiercely in the wilderness, and their brains were beaten out on the spot. Yun Nuoxing and Yi Qingyu sneaked past the edges of the battlefield. When they saw the scale of the battles between groups of 10 and hundreds of people, they could not help but sigh. This battlefield was really wild. Of course, they would be discovered from time to time, and that was when they could not avoid it. Hence, the development of the situation was heading in a strange direction. If someone dared to come up to find trouble, Yun Nuoxing would pull out his sword and slash without hesitation. Now he was just a little guy in the virtual realm. When he encountered a group of 10,000 deities and quasi-mortal realms, he turned around and ran without hesitation. Chu Yingzhan was busy beating people. Yingzhan was beating and cursing while dragging Yun Nuoxing. While she was beating them, cursing and running, she dragged Chu Yingzhan dragged Yingzhan's merciful palm. A huge palm print that was hundreds of meters long came down from the sky with groups of talismans. The majestic power made Yun Nuoxing's eyes almost pop out. "Big brother, I don't remember offending you." "Cut the crap. Hand over all the heavenly treasures on you. This is an honorable robbery. At the same time, you can clean up the battlefield." The man in the sky sneered and slammed his palms down one after another as if they were free. Yun Nuoxing turned around and ran. He was a person with moral integrity. If he couldn't win, he would run. He wouldn't scrupulously abide by the rules of battle. He wanted to survive first. The fewer people who snatched the holy object, the higher the success rate of getting it. This was an indisputable fact. Not only this place, but other places in the Jia Su mystic realm also had similar scenes. Everyone was fighting fiercely for the 1/16th chance of getting the holy object. When they met, they would be jealous and fight as if they were enemies. On the largest scale, they had already formed groups. They shouted one after another, and the fight turned into a 1,000-person group battle. Boom! The huge talisman palm print pressed down on the ground, causing the ground to sink by several meters. Billowing waves of dust rose hundreds of meters high. However, there was no one at the place where the palm landed. This made the man in the sky stunned. He shifted his gaze slightly and saw Yun Nuashing patting his chest at the edge of the palm print crater. He had narrowly dodged the palm print. When the man saw this, he gritted his teeth fiercely. He looked coldly at Yun Nuashing, who was panting. He bent his palm, and another huge palm print fell from the sky. Yun Nuashing looked up and saw this. He immediately ran away. Faint light particles lingered around his feet. Even if he couldn't use the light elements, just a little bit was enough to increase his speed by several times. He once again dodged the palm print by sticking close to the edge. Don't run. Were you born in the year of the mouse? That person's face was ferocious as he cursed angrily and charged downwards. However, before he could get very far, a slender figure suddenly appeared in front of him. At the same time, a delicate and small fist appeared. It contained a great amount of power. The former was unable to stop in time, and his face directly collided with the fist. After that, he was sent flying and spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. Bang! The man fell heavily on the ground, causing cracks to appear on the ground. Yun Nuashing ran over again and looked at the man whose face had been dented. He couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He nimbly took out the spatial storage device on his body and gave it a fierce kick. I'm running. You can't beat me, but you won't allow me to run? If you're not happy, come and hit me. The man rolled a few times like a gourd before he stopped. When he heard this, he spat out another mouthful of blood and fainted. Yun Nuashing wiped his sweat and looked at the people who were lying on the ground and wailing. He sighed. This was already the 6th wave of people they had encountered. He did not know how long they would have to hold on before they reached the ice plains. The space beside him shook and a slender figure flashed out. Yun Nuashing glanced at her. Before he could say anything, Chu Yingzhan grabbed him by the collar and shook him vigorously. She roared in a flustered and exasperated manner. Since when did this fairy become your fighter? Speaking of which, can't you change to a better route? We have few people and are weak. Hide, hide. Do you want me to teach you how to hide? Yun Nuashing was shaken until he was dizzy. He struggled to reach out and press her head. Only then did she stop and let him catch his breath. He smiled bitterly and said, Didn't you say that you'll protect me? I've already tried my best to avoid most of the people, at least 80% of the battles. It's said that the time for the first holy object to descend is approaching. Someone has started to clean up the place. Also, it's surrounded by a sea of people now. No, it's surrounded by a sea of people. There are people everywhere. There's nowhere to hide. Chu Yingzhan thought about it for a while and felt that it was true. She didn't refute anything. However, after thinking about it carefully, she felt that something was wrong. However, she couldn't tell what was wrong. She could only frown and stare at Yun Nuashing unhappily. Yun Nuashing laughed dryly and looked into the distance. How's your strength recovering? It's okay. Speaking of this, Chu Yingzhan habitually took out a flower and stuffed the whole plant into her mouth. It's almost back to the mundane level. It's just that I've been eating a little too much grass and fruits recently. Although they're delicious, I'm tired of them. I want to eat meat. This fairy wants to eat meat. I want to eat heartily. I want to pile up into a mountain of meat. As Chu Yingzhan spoke, she stomped her feet again. Just as she took out the strange fruit in her hand, her expression changed. It was green and red. Her jade-like hand shook violently, and she threw the strange fruit in her hand thousands of meters away. Yun Nuashing covered her face speechlessly. This was a special time, and all the magical beasts were hiding. Where was she going to find meat? She had eaten grass for a whole day. As long as she had energy, she wouldn't starve to death. Although she was tired of it, It was fortunate that these spiritual items could replenish her spiritual energy. Otherwise, she would have to find a place to rest. Swish! In the sky, a series of rainbows swept past. Powerful auras descended from the sky. An entire mountain range calmed down for a moment. Wow! Chu Yingzhan cried out in surprise. Wow your head! Hurry up and run! Yun Nuoxing's expression changed. She hurriedly pulled her and ran far away. In a moment of desperation, she even threw out a bit of light element. However, that large group of figures didn't come for the two of them. When the two of them stopped on a large tree and turned around, they saw that the group that had just arrived was fighting fiercely with another group. The fight was in full swing, and the mountain range was collapsing. Since the two young ladies are in such a good mood, why don't we accompany you? Suddenly, a faint laughter was heard. Yun Nuoxing and Chu Yingzhan were startled. They quickly turned around and saw that the nearby trees were filled with people. There were a total of 8 quasi-mortal rank experts, but they were only at the quasi-mortal rank. This made the two of them heave a sigh of relief. Just as they heaved a sigh of relief, Yun Nuoxing stared at Chu Yingzhan. From each other's eyes, they could see the complicated message of, "Why didn't you see them coming? I thought you saw them. I thought you sensed them." Their eyes met again. Yun Nuoxing and Chu Yingzhan raised their hands and slapped each other's heads. Then they smiled bitterly and silently turned to look at the 8 people. They took a deep breath and rushed out, waving their fists and legs. F*CKU, are you going to accompany your aunt? I'm a man. Hey, are you dead yet? Chu Yingzhan squatted on the ground, panting with her mouth slightly open. She looked at Yun Nuoxing, who was lying on the ground, and poked his face with her jade-like hand. After a fierce battle, Yun Nuoxing didn't know why he rushed out. According to their plan, he would run away and Chu Yingzhan would defeat them one by one. Just now, he rushed forward as if he had gone crazy. He was only at the emptiness realm. Although he defeated one person by risking his life, to be precise, he scared the other person and knocked the other person until half of his body was paralyzed. This time, even his life force was almost depleted. He would be weak for a while. Golden red blood slowly flowed out from his arms and legs. Yun Nuoxing opened his eyes weakly and looked at the beautiful face that was close to him. He forced a smile and said, "I won't die, probably." Boom! The energy waves from the battle far away swept across the entire mountain range and hit the two of them. The hot wind blew their long hair slightly. Chu Yingzhan lifted Mei Mao and looked into the distance. She took out the clothes that she wore in the peaceful world from her portable space and tore them. She wrapped them around Yun Nuoxing's wound and sighed. What a weak body. Have you ever thought that this day would come when you are so strong? Yun Nuoxing smiled faintly and nodded. I'm used to getting injured, but I'm not used to recovering so slowly. Besides, I usually get injured by myself or by God-level experts. It would be a joke if people knew that I was injured by someone who was at the mortal level. However, this place is special, so I don't think people will laugh at me. This world is really crazy. I finally know why so many people die when they go out of the Jia Su secret realm. With this kind of fighting method, let alone 100 million people, even 1 billion people will die one day. Yun Nuoxing sighed. He raised his right hand weakly and then put it down weakly. He straightened his body slightly and looked at the beautiful bows on his left arm and left leg. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Was he trying to find joy in the midst of suffering? Sigh, I let their baby get injured. When they see me, they will definitely attack me. You have to protect me. I can't beat them. Chu Yingzhan looked at Yun Nuoxing and shrugged helplessly. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. Can you stand up? Oh, I can't. Chu Yingzhan asked and answered her own question. Then she sighed and lifted Yun Nuoxing's half-crippled body up. She placed him on her back and carried him up with a little force. Yun Nuoxing was slightly stunned. He subconsciously wrapped his arms around her neck. He didn't expect her to do this. He thought that Chu Yingzhan was already treating him well by dragging him behind her. "We can't stay here for long." Chu Yingzhan's beautiful face was slightly red. She turned her head and glared at him fiercely. "If you dare to move, I will throw you down." "Okay." Yun Nuashing nodded lightly. His eyelids were slightly trembling. "I'm sorry. Why are you acting so strangely? I didn't say anything." Chu Yingzhan's delicate body trembled. She hugged his legs and took a light breath. Then she jumped into the distance. Fortunately, Yun Nuashing's body was slightly thin. Although he was tall, he was still quite thin. Even if he was curled up, he would still be very small. It was much easier for her to move. "I'm just lamenting." Yun Nuashing raised his head and looked at the sky. He let out a long sigh. "It's so ugly. You look so carefree outside. But in this Jiasu realm, you have been tormented like this in just one day. What nonsense are you talking about? The rules of this world are the biggest disadvantage for you. It's already not easy for you to stay alive. Don't ask for too much. Who asked you to have so much power outside the rules? Now you have been sealed so thoroughly." Chu Yingzhan turned around and rolled her eyes at him. Yun Nuashing smiled. She was right. It was like he was reaping what he sowed. One day later, Chu Yingzhan's speed gradually slowed down. Sweat began to appear on her smooth forehead. After all, she was still a girl. Her physical strength was slightly weak. She had carried Yun Nuashing for an entire day with her mortal realm strength. No matter how light the latter was, and no matter how many heavenly and earthly treasures she had to support her recovery, the physical and mental exhaustion was a little overwhelming. After rushing for a day and a night without sleep, they finally left the chaotic area. Yun Nuashing and the others realized that the Dark Mountain Range was the dark area of the Wood Elemental region. No wonder there were so many people inside. They had accidentally entered the high-risk area. Now that they had arrived at the light-colored area, there were much fewer people. "Let's take a break." "We haven't rested for 2 days," Yun Nuashing carefully suggested as he looked at Chu Yingzhan's side profile. Chu Yingzhan frowned slightly. The sweat on her forehead was getting bigger. Yun Nuashing couldn't stand it anymore. He carefully wiped her sweat with his sleeve. The former's delicate body trembled slightly, and her face turned a little red. However, she didn't say anything. She stubbornly carried him and ran for a distance. Half an hour later, when the two had completely reached the edge of the area, Chu Yingzhan finally stopped after Yun Nuashing's tense suggestion. After placing Yun Nuashing in a secluded place, Chu Yingzhan rested for a while. She looked outside and said softly, "There are so many people just now. It was a little abnormal. I'll go out and take a look. Don't walk around casually. With your current aura, no one can sense you. Unless your luck is so bad that someone directly sees this place." After saying that, she raised her head and looked at the dense stone wall piled up with huge rocks. After making several turns, she finally saw Yun Nuashing's position. Yun Nuashing was stunned. He subconsciously grabbed the hem of her clothes and shook his head gently. Chu Yingzhan smiled faintly. She gently patted his head and said with a smile, "I'll be back soon. There won't be any danger. I'm just worried that someone will raid my house after you leave." Yun Nuashing sighed. Chu Yingzhan. Chapter 829. His eyes followed Chu Yingzhan as she made her way around the city, walls piled up from boulders. In this dark space, the only source of light was the night pearl he held in his hand. The weak light couldn't reach the high ceiling of the cave. Yun Nuashing looked around blankly. His raised arm trembled powerlessly. The feeling of weakness coming from his body made him frown. His arm drooped down powerlessly. He was so angry that he wanted to punch his thigh, but he didn't even have the strength to do so. It was as if he was completely crippled. Weak as shit. After a while, Yun Nuashing stopped making futile attempts. He smiled bitterly and sighed. He raised his head and turned it around. This was one of the few actions he could do. His soul felt blocked. Although he could feel the existence of Ziyi and the others, he still couldn't contact them. I can only take one step at a time. Yun Nuashing frowned unhappily. This damned place was simply created to suppress him. He didn't know if the others were suppressed as badly. Even if they were, it probably wasn't as serious as his. There shouldn't be many special life forms among 100 million people that could compare to the spiritual, godly physique. Oh, there's also Yuan Shi and the others. I wonder where they are now. Scratching his head with a headache, Yun Nuashing tilted his head and looked into the depths of the cave. His eyes swept back and forth without focus. His hand trembled slightly, and the luminous pearl rolled down his palm and into the cave. It was the only source of light, and it suddenly fell out of his hand. Before he could react, he watched in a daze as the luminous pearl rolled further and further away. After a long time, when the weakness in his body stimulated his nerves, he finally reacted. Looking at the night illumination pearl that was more than 10 meters away, he sighed with a headache. In this dark place, this was the only source of light that was worth paying attention to. He was naturally afraid of the dark, so troublesome. He sighed resignedly and stood up with difficulty, using his palm to support himself against the wall. His legs were weak and painful. He cursed in his heart again. Seriously, how weak was he? After walking for 10 meters with his hand against the wall, Yun Nuashing sat down on the ground. He simply lay down and stretched out his arm. He tried his best to reach the luminous pearl. After picking it up, he didn't want to move anymore. He lay on the ground lazily, like a salted fish. The weak light illuminated the dark cave. His ocean-like eyes wandered around in boredom. In the dim light, he inadvertently saw something that made his expression change. He stood up slowly and raised his hand holding the luminous pearl to let the light shine on the wall. He saw something unexpected. It was a mural. Or rather, it was just some strange symbols drawn on the wall that seemed to have some meaning. Yun Nuashing wasn't sure if they actually had any meaning. He couldn't understand these things. Perhaps historians were interested in these things. What really interested him were not those symbols. On the wall, there were 2 groups of mural that were half the height of a person and some symbols that were only half the size of a palm. The latter was hidden under the yellow sand and was located at a higher part of the wall. The mural was drawn at the bottom of the wall. The ground was filled with strange patterns that were 1 meter above the ground. These 2 patterns have different energy scents. Yun Nuashing lightly sniffed, as if he was really smelling the yellow sand. He frowned slightly. After being trained by Ziyi for such a long time, in addition to his spiritual godly physique, his ability to identify and sense energy had reached an extremely high level. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have noticed such a subtle difference. "What are you talking about?" Yun Nuashing murmured. His palm gently slid across the hieroglyphic symbols and gently stroked away the yellow sand. These symbols were filled with an aura that didn't belong to the mural below. An aura of withering and death that transcended time and space was constantly transmitted. Only a small area had these symbols and mural. It was about 4 to 5 meters wide. The deeper he went, the more blurry the symbols became. In the end, the messy carving destroyed a large area of the symbols. Yun Nuashing looked at the destroyed symbols that had suddenly appeared and was stunned. It was as if someone had tried to decipher them but couldn't understand anything in the end. In a fit of anger, they destroyed the symbols. However, for some reason, the symbols in front were spared and the mural didn't show any signs of being destroyed. However, he didn't have any more opportunities to study these. He hurriedly used his soul to memorize these seemingly useless things. He lowered his head and saw that his pendant was emitting a bright golden light. He touched the diamond-shaped pendant lightly, and a shield-like token popped out from it. A wave of information rushed straight into his mind from the token without his permission, causing him to be stunned. "Hey, harem guy, you didn't die in there, right? I heard big news. The first holy artifact has appeared in the wood elemental region that we just came out of." A loud shout came from the entrance of the cave. It was Chu Yingzhan's voice. Yun Nuashing turned his head and coughed twice to clear his throat. He replied loudly, "I didn't die. Come in a little bit. I moved a little. I just received the news. From the token, the first wood elemental holy artifact has appeared in the deepest part of the wood elemental region. This mountain range is going to become lively." 2 seconds later, a shadow rushed in against the weak sunlight. The figure looked around and saw Yun Nuashing in a position slightly further in. He couldn't help but curl his lips. "Running in like that, are you afraid of death?" Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and turned his pale face away. He pointed at the mural with his chin and said, "See for yourself." Chu Yingzhan was also stunned when he heard this. Then he turned his gaze and glanced at it casually before ignoring it. "It's just a mural. What's there to see? Let's not talk about that first. What about the holy artifact?" There are still 10 hours before the holy artifact descends. At least 60% of the people in the entire Jia Su secret realm are rushing here. Moreover, more and more people will appear later on for the holy artifact. What can we do? Of course, we have to give it up. Do you want to drag half a corpse and fight with tens of millions of people for that thing? Yun Nuashing glanced at him. "Not going? Aren't you?" Chu Yingzhan frowned. If he didn't go now, when the next few holy artifacts appeared, more and more people would pay attention to it, and it would be harder to fight for it. Moreover, he hadn't recovered his strength yet. That's for later. The most important thing. Yun Nuashing shook his head and interrupted her, gasping for breath. Seeing this, Chu Yingzhan hurriedly went up to support him. Looking at his body's condition, she couldn't help but say in a slightly displeased tone, "Why are you so weak? Didn't I tell you not to move?" He smiled bitterly and shook his head. He couldn't say that he had to pick up the luminous pearl after it fell, right? That would be scolded to death. He waved his hand and continued, "The most important thing is that the rules didn't say that the holy artifact can't be snatched. Even if you manage to snatch it, there will be people who try to snatch it a second time, until someone manages to snatch the holy artifact and is strong enough to protect it in front of everyone." At this point, Chu Yingzhan also understood. From the beginning, the rules were very vague. It only said that they had to snatch the holy artifact, but it didn't say what would happen if they managed to snatch it. She guessed that they wouldn't be able to proceed to the next stage until all 16 holy artifacts were gathered. Yun Nuashing pondered for a while. Now, all the people in the Jia Su secret realm should be rushing here. According to his estimation, most of the top forces should have recovered to the level of quasi-mortal stage or even mortal stage. Of course, this was only a small number of people. Most of them might still be in the Pantheon realm or quasi-mortal stage. As for those who were weaker, there were more of them. However, it was difficult to turn the situation around with just the strength of those people. Let's not think about it anymore. Let's go to the ice field and find Bing Air and Ming. We can't do anything now. This kind of battle will definitely be a large-scale group battle. Individual strength. If I was in my peak condition, I wouldn't be afraid even if they were all divine emperors. Let's just forget about it now. Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh. His decision was also very cautious. It was as if he had returned to the time when he was still mortal stage. However, at that time, he dared to challenge divine underworld experts with the support of Jin Jinwang and the others. Now, it could be said that he had nothing. Even his courage had dimmed a lot. Looking at him, clenching his teeth and glaring at the sea, Chu Yingzhan seemed to know his state of mind. She sighed and didn't say anything. She nodded and squatted down to carry him on her back. They quickly rushed out of the cave. While there were still not many people, they had to run quickly. Once there were more people, they might not be able to escape. Speaking of which, I just did some research and overthrew my own theory. Yun Nuashing said casually after taking a breath that contained rich with elemental energy. What? Perhaps if I ignite all of my divine blood, I can break through the seal of the laws here. There is a 30% chance that the stability of this world will decrease. After all, I have shaken its laws." Chu Yingzhan was silent. After a long time, she said in a trembling voice, "You're crazy. Playing with my life is my forte. However, after this, I will fake my death once. I don't know how long I will fake it for. Maybe it will become real. I beg you, don't play with us, okay? Just leave the matters of this world to us. Can't you just peacefully allow us to protect you for once?" Chu Yingzhan was about to go crazy. This bastard's words were astonishing every time. If he didn't scare someone to death, it didn't count. Yun Nuoxing smiled faintly and said, "Okay." Just as they had expected, this wood elemental region had become an incomparably huge magnet. Endless streams of people rushed over from afar. Silhouettes streaked across the sky. Some were alone, some were in groups, but there were more of them in the latter group. The overwhelming group flew over from afar in an orderly manner. That overwhelming momentum made the hearts of countless people tremble. This news had only been spread for 10 minutes. After a while, people from further away would rush over. At this time, many people were fighting with their lives on the line. They seemed to think that if they could get rid of 1 or 2 people, they would be able to increase their chances of winning and turning the situation around. In fact, looking at the many experts flying across the sky, no one was confident. It was frighteningly difficult to snatch an obvious target under the watchful eyes of so many people. Even some of the divine sons and goddesses of the major forces didn't have 100% confidence that they could lead their people to sweep the battlefield. Perhaps they could do it if they were in the immortal rank, demigod rank, or demigod rank, but at this time they were at most in the mortal rank. It was a starting level where they could be killed by relying on numbers. Everyone had been weak before, and this time they were just experiencing it again. Unlike the waves of people rushing toward the wood elemental energy area, in the mountains below, there was a figure carrying another person on his back. This scene was seen by countless people, but no one went to stop them. Although they couldn't figure out what the 2 people were doing, it didn't matter. Their goal was the sacred artifact, and they could ignore everything else. Damn, this number of people is making my scalp tingle. Chu Yingzhan raised her head from time to time. The black dots covered the sky and covered the earth as they approached. In such a large number of people, hiding was almost useless unless they were invisible. They didn't try to hide and directly rushed in one direction. Fortunately, no one had the time to care about the 2 of them. The sooner they got there, the higher their chances of winning. Who would have the time to deal with 2 people who were alone? Bing Air and the others haven't moved. Feng Air is still in the cave of 1,000 beasts. Xian, we've lost contact with them. After we find them, if possible, we have to find Yuan Shi and Jining. We have to bring them to the Far Light Academy to snatch a sacred artifact. We have to find them. I wonder if Lin Sheng, Luo Yi, Mingyu, and the others are in this team. Yun Nuoxing tried her best to think of a way to increase the chances of her team winning. A team battle definitely needed a team to fight. Yuan Shi and Jining came with the 9 deities shrine, so there shouldn't be a need for them to snatch the sacred artifact. There were also people from the Snow Goddess sect. They were just fighting for a spot to enter the small divine continent, so they couldn't let Sister Xue do it. After hearing these conditions, Chu Yingzhan couldn't help but nod. This sounds like an advantage. You can pull several teams together. You're the axis. But what if they rush to the wood elemental region? Chu Yingzhan asked again. It's not good to lose people now. Yun Nuoxing was also stunned and her brows furrowed. Only the Far Light Academy needs to snatch the sacred artifact. The others probably won't join in the fun. As for the Far Light Academy, if the ones leading the team are Ding Mingyu and Xue Lingfeng, they probably won't be reckless, right? Probably. Not everyone can think like you. From what I know, there are quite a few impetuous people, and even more people who have lost their minds. Chu Yingzhan curled her lips and used her chin to point at the sky as she speechlessly said, Nodding with a bitter smile, Yun Nuashing straightened her body and looked into the distance with the help of the eye of the ocean. Her evil spirit eye operated with difficulty, and her vision spanned tens of thousands of miles. After a while, she stopped and said, "The blank area is about to end. If we keep going forward along this path, we'll soon reach the metal elemental region. We'll pass by the edge, and after crossing the metal elemental region, we'll reach the ice field. Bing Air and the others are recovering their strength at full speed. When we get there, they should be able to recover to the 11th level of the mortal rank or even the immortal rank." Chu Yingzhan's expression suddenly changed, and Yun Nuashing's expression also trembled. The former immediately stomped her feet on the ground, and both her feet sank into the ground. She came to an abrupt stop as if she had taken root. Then, her eyes surged with coldness. Yun Nuashing's brows furrowed, and she raised her head to look ahead. A group of 7 people was directly blocking their path, and their auras were completely locked onto the 2 of them. There were actually people who were bored enough to come and clean up 2 insignificant people at this time. Chapter 830. The sudden appearance of this obstacle made Yun Nuashing and Chu Yingzhan freeze on the spot. They looked at each other in dismay, and from each other's eyes they could see messages such as, "Are these people stupid? Is there something wrong with their heads?" and so on. At this critical moment, not only did they not try to snatch the holy artifact, but they had also sent out 7 quasi-mortal stage experts to deal with the 2 of them who were traveling in the opposite direction. They must have had something wrong with their heads. At this time, quasi-mortal stage experts were already a relatively strong force. To send out 7 quasi-mortal stage experts so easily would greatly weaken them and the forces behind them. We can talk about this later. What do we do now? Chu Yingzhan took a step back without leaving a trace. Her obsidian-like eyes flashed with some worry. She wasn't worried that the 7 of them would surround her. After all, they were only 7 people who had just stepped into the quasi-mortal stage. If they thought they could rely on numbers to kill her, then they were underestimating her too much. The only thing she was worried about was that in this seemingly unavoidable battle, there was still a person with limited mobility from Yun Nuashing. If the 7 of them were to deal with him first, she would instantly fall into a disadvantageous position. What can we do? If the timing isn't right, just throw me away. Don't care, don't look, just deal with the 7 of them. If it's really a matter of life and death, at most, we'll risk the 30% chance to cause this world to collapse and let 100 million people die with me. Without the strength of a beginner god, we won't be able to withstand the impact of the void. Yun Nuashing looked up at the sky and casually said something that made her hair stand on end. "Please don't. I have a way to deal with it, probably." Chu Yingzhan's pretty face turned slightly pale. This guy's words were too frightening. He wanted to risk his life at the slightest provocation. While the 2 of them were discussing, the 7 of them finally made their move. They uniformly lifted their feet and slowly walked towards Yun Nuashing and Chu Yingzhan. 7 pairs of eyes constantly scanned the 2 of them. Chu Yingzhan swallowed her saliva and took a light breath. She also lifted her feet and walked towards the 7 of them. Her jade-like hands that were supporting Yun Nuashing's feet slightly exerted force as the energy in her body quietly circulated. Yun Nuashing blinked his eyes and sighed. He closed his eyes and buried his head in Chu Yingzhan's jade-like neck. He tried his best to mobilize all the remaining energy in his body. In fact, he didn't have any more energy left to launch an attack. He was just risking his life. If they really fought, even if he could distract one of them for a moment, it would be enough time for her to launch a fatal attack. As the 7 of them approached, the energy circulating in Chu Yingzhan's body became more and more powerful. She didn't even bother to hide it. On the other hand, the 7 of them turned a blind eye to it and continued to walk forward unhurriedly. The energy in their bodies also began to surge. However, what surprised Yun Nuashing and Chu Yingzhan was that even though they were already so close, the other party still didn't intend to launch an attack. From the initial distance of 100 meters to 10 meters, They were now standing in a row. The 7 of them stared at them from the side. The energy in their bodies was roaring so loudly that it was about to explode. In this atmosphere, if any energy attack were to appear, the 9 of them would explode and cause their brains to splatter. However, no matter how tense the atmosphere was and how much energy was brewing, no one took the initiative to launch an attack. Walking to a position side by side, Chu Yingzhan and Mei Mao were already ice cold. Glancing at the 7 of them from the side, they saw that they didn't seem to have any intention to attack. She felt a little confused. After hesitating for a moment, she pretended that she didn't see anything and directly passed through the 7 of them. Following the path that they had agreed on, she slowly advanced. The energy in her body didn't have any intention of relaxing. She still hadn't seen the situation clearly, so naturally she couldn't relax. The 7 of them stared fixedly at the 2 of them passing through the middle. After that, they sped up and left. There wasn't the slightest ripple in their eyes. Only after the 2 of them had walked far away did they retract their gazes. So, they must have mistaken him for someone else, right? It doesn't look like him. His hair color is different. Furthermore, his demeanor isn't the same person. He looks so weak. How could he be the saint's target? I said it wasn't right from the start. You guys insisted on coming down. When all the good spots are taken, let's see how you guys are going to explain it. But that person isn't in the Longguang Academy's campsite. It wasn't easy to find someone who looked like him. Isn't it because the saint urged us to hurry? I didn't expect that we would mistake him for someone else. That woman isn't the one from that day either. We must have mistaken her for someone else. The 7 of them looked at each other and sighed. They shook their heads and no longer paid attention to Yun Nuoxing and Luo Yinyang. They got up and rushed toward the wood elemental area. They had only passed by and saw a similar figure. Their main target was still the sacred object. If Yun Nuoxing heard this, he would probably fall to the ground. So the reason why he had dodged a calamity today was because his hair color had changed? Shouldn't he be glad that he didn't have much vitality left and had a head full of white hair? In the distance, Yun Nuoxing and Luo Yinyang had already entered the gold elemental area. This area was especially vast. Rushing into this area from the edge of the wood elemental area in a straight line, it was difficult to see the boundary of this golden world. Not a single golden mountain range, plains, or lake was missed. So, what were those 7 doing just now? After arriving at the golden plains, there were gradually fewer people. Chu Yingzhan took the time to casually ask, I guess they mistook me for someone else. Right now, I can't even recognize myself, Yun Nuoxing said after thinking for a while. Chu Yingzhan turned around and glanced at him. She was stunned for a moment, then nodded seriously. Indeed, I can't recognize you. No matter what, it's naturally best if we don't fight. Right now, I can only run if I face other people. I can't even run away. Yun Nuoxing murmured softly. Chu Yingzhan nodded and tightened her grip on his legs. She looked at the direction and continued to jump forward. 10 hours passed very quickly. In the wood elemental area, countless people had gathered. That vast area was so exaggerated that there was a foot in every inch. If they couldn't fly, they would definitely pile up here. On the plains, forests, and towering ancient trees, there were groups of people standing in 2s and 3s, vigilantly watching everyone. Battles also broke out from time to time, but it was limited to the ground. Those who had reached the mortal level floating in the sky coldly watched the chaotic battlefield below. To them, the more intense the battle, the fewer people who would snatch the sacred object later. Not long after, the mountain peak in the deepest area suddenly burst open. Huge rocks that were dozens of feet in size were shot into the sky, turning into a vast rock rain that fell from the sky. The people below widened their eyes in shock and hurriedly moved their bodies, scattering like birds and beasts. The onlookers in the sky also retreated a little bit. In the center of the mountain peak, a huge emerald green pillar of light burst out from the ground and pierced into the sky. The incomparably bright light illuminated the sky as if it had hit a pentagonal prism. The clouds scattered a variety of colors. After the rock rain, it ushered in a rain of light. In the center of the light pillar, an object appeared. It was a 2-foot-tall cylindrical object that looked like a trophy. At the top was a green star that was an inch away from the top of the trophy. From time to time, small tongues of fire would erupt from the green star, as if it was ejecting a corona. Strangely, this star contained a huge amount of wood element, not a trace of fire element in it. Holy artifact. The appearance of the holy artifact made the atmosphere so quiet that one could hear breathing. Following a scream from an unknown corner, the people in the entire world seemed to have reacted. Countless amounts of energy surged out, and the aura of tens of millions of people erupted, causing the mountain forest, earth, and sky to tremble violently. The battle broke out in an instant. The people who gathered together were boiling with blood on the spot. The mortal ranks in the sky were fighting, and the quasi-mortal ranks on the ground were also fighting with their lives on the line. It was common to see people in similar clothes gathering in a group to form a joint attack formation. Even mortal ranks would be hit by the energy gathered by a large group of people below if they were not careful, causing them to be seriously injured and forced to retreat. The vast battle cries seemed to spread from here to a distant place. On the plane of the metal element, Yun Nuashing turned his head. He did not hear anything, but he could barely see the chaotic battlefield with his eyes. 8 elements gathered, countless amounts of energy flew across the sky, and even more people were hit by the energy that came from nowhere. The overall situation was basically, who the hell is hitting me? Who the hell am I hitting? And who the hell am I hitting? At this point, the possibility of team coordination had greatly decreased. More people were fighting in a chaotic battle. You still have the mood to watch the chaotic battle at the back. Looks like you've recovered quite well. Chu Yingzhan turned her head and glanced at him. I want to take a look too. It should be very lively over there now. It is indeed very lively. There are tens of millions of people gathered together. How can it not be lively? There are still people coming in from the outside. At this point, don't talk about the fact that killing is forbidden in the academy. The situation is simply out of control. Yun Nuashing suddenly froze as he spoke. His gaze paused on those who were heavily injured and had to leave the battlefield. Those who were being pursued and attacked suddenly had a green light surge out of their bodies the moment they were about to be killed. Those who were severely injured instantly recovered from their critical health. What's more, those who had their hearts destroyed would also recover instantly. There were no dead people on the battlefield at all. The holy item is restoring the lives of everyone there. No one will die. Yun Nuashing was shocked. This method greatly extended the duration of the battle. It was already a group battle with many people. At this point, he did not know how long the battle would last. Doesn't that mean we can still fight? Chu Yingzhan's face twitched. She guessed, based on what you said. I'm guessing that the 16 holy items all have their own unique abilities. They can cover the entire battlefield with this kind of power. It will be extremely difficult to snatch them away. Yun Nuashing nodded. He also thought so. Furthermore, there was a 90% chance that this guess was true. Then, heavens, Iharaman, where should we go now? Chu Yingzhan patted his legs with her lily-white hands and sighed. I can't tell the direction in this place. Yun Nuashing was stunned. He quickly retracted his gaze from the area in front of him. However, he did not see the ice plains. The direction they were heading in seemed to have deviated. This golden plain was too dazzling. It was so bright that everything was blurry. Their line of sight was golden like a golden ocean. They could not tell the direction clearly. However, it was just a direction. Yun Nuashing used the supervision of the eye of the ocean to quickly correct the direction. After Chu Yingzhan saw it clearly, she nodded and leaped in that direction. Yun Nuashing was also staring in the direction of the ice plains. This golden plain was strangely confusing. He saw that Chu Yingzhan kept moving forward and would inadvertently change her line of defense. Furthermore, it was just a slight change. Every time, it was so weak that it was difficult to detect it. By the time he reacted, the ice plains were already out of sight. Yun Nuoxing could only correct the direction that Chu Yingzhan was heading in bit by bit. After a normal person rushed in, they really did not know how long it would take for them to get out. With such a bumpy way of moving forward, the two of them spent almost twice the amount of time to rush out of the gold elemental area. Furthermore, their direction was off, and they came to the other side of the ice plains. It was almost an area away from where Bing Er and the others were. Yun Nuoxing raised the collar of his trench coat to block the cold wind and sighed. How can we go astray after 4 days of walking? We ran from the bottom right of the gold elemental area to the top left. We almost passed through the center. The gold elemental area is quite confusing. How's the wood elemental area? Chu Yingzhan looked at the wood elemental area behind them that they could no longer see and could not help but ask. We're still fighting. We'll reach the limit of my vision if we walk another 1,000 feet forward. My vision doesn't change from clear to blurry. Instead, I can't see anything. This is also the effect of the rules here, Yun Nuoxing said as he rubbed his sore eyes. There was a hint of bitterness in his voice. This damned place had almost turned him into a cripple. Fortunately, the newly acquired Eye of the Ocean had given him a pair of foul level eyes. It was neither too big nor too small of a support. In fact, it was not very useful, but it was better than nothing. Be content with what you have. Do you know how frightening it is to be able to see the other side through a large area of the metal element? Clairvoyant could not catch up even if he risked his life. Chu Yingzhan rolled her eyes at him. Not only was this guy not content with the Eye of the Ocean, but he also used its power to its limit every day. If he gave it to her, she would not even be able to wait to worship it. After knowing her thoughts, Yun Nuoxing looked at her with disdain. Things are meant to be used. You can't not open your eyes just because your eyes are too good and you want to cherish them, right? That's true. Chu Yingzhan pouted and looked at him unhappily. Back then, I acted coquettishly for a year before I got an Eye of the Ocean from my stupid father. Moreover, it was still immature. It withered and spoiled not long after I left it. Do you know how deep my obsession was? Bad luck. Forgive me for not being able to gouge my eyes out for you. This thing can't be removed once it's bound, including the one in my heart. Yun Nuoxing shook his head helplessly. Then he was stunned. Speaking of which, why do you want the Eye of the Ocean? Because it's beautiful. Yun Nuoxing. As expected, he still did not understand how this guy's brain worked. We've arrived at the ice field, where your precious little sisters. When Yun Nuoxing choked on his words, Chu Yingzhan shook her delicate body to remind him. The former put down his messy thoughts and raised his head. In his line of sight, at the end of the horizon, the ground suddenly rose up to a height of 1,000 feet. The sea-blue horizon was particularly obvious. The ground was a majestic and magnificent ice field. On the thousands of feet tall ice peaks on the ice field, there was a never-ending snowstorm. Snowflakes as big as beans danced in the wind, ignoring their weight. The white world appeared abruptly in their line of sight. Even from afar, they could feel the slight chill in the air. Ice field, Yun Nuoxing murmured and took a deep breath. When you enter the ice field, turn right. Make a 90-degree right turn. If you go the wrong way again, I'll beat you up. Ha, you want to fight? You can't beat me now. Chu Yingzhan grinned and said with a half-smile. Yun Nuoxing was silent. He really couldn't beat this female pervert now. Chapter 831. In the frozen world, two figures were facing the wind and snow. Their figures were leaping quickly on the ice field, leaving small footprints on the huge ice surface. The other person was curled up on the back of the petite figure. His hair was white and he was shivering. The cold wind froze his tears and froze them on his face. His cheeks trembled, and the ice shards fell onto the girl's collar, causing her to shiver violently. The girl's expression changed slightly when the ice shards fell into her collar, but she didn't say anything else. The energy barrier blocked the wind and snow in front of them, but it didn't reduce the temperature in the barrier. She could still bear with it, but the person on her back had been staring with his eyes wide open. His eyes were trembling and tears were falling down. Those tears even froze into ice and fell into her collar. "It's so cold. Turn your head to the side. My clothes are all wet." After enduring for a long time, Chu Yingzhan finally couldn't help but say when she felt her back turn cold. Yun Nuoxing endured the pain and used her eyelids to crush the thin ice in her eyes. She used a hand to rub her face and smiled bitterly. "My eyes are about to shatter from staring. I still have to keep my eyes open to see the road. What can I do? I'm really desperate." Chu Yingzhan thought about it and felt that it was true, but she quickly frowned. After thinking for a while, she quickly said, "Then take a look and close your eyes. Open them after a minute. Don't freeze to death on the road before I can run over." "No." Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly and shook her head. Before Chu Yingzhan couldn't help but scold. She quickly pressed her shoulder and said, "Bing Er and the others are in trouble. 15 minutes ago, a large group of troops suddenly entered the ice plains. Those troops should have come from the wood elemental region. Most of their clothes were torn and tattered, and there were traces of battle. They were charging straight towards Bing Er and the others. Right now, the two girls are holding on with their individual strength, retreating towards the inner circle of the water elemental region. I will follow their position at all times, and at the same time, change the direction of our advance to the left by 30 degrees. Yun Nuoxing's voice was a little worried, as he controlled the direction of their advance. Chu Yingzhan heard this and was stunned for a moment. She rolled her eyes and ran in the direction he pointed. "How much have Bing and the others recovered?" "They are close to the half-immortal level, but those people, mortal level 8 extremities. According to the timeline, they are close to the level of the strongest forces in this world. Those are all very strong teams. Why are they here at this time?" Yun Nuoxing frowned and turned his head to look at the wood element area. However, they had gone a long way into the ice field. He couldn't see the situation there clearly. He could only see that there was a large group of small battles at the edge. He could only speculate that there was a 70% chance that the holy object in the wood element area had not been taken away. Is there something on Bing and the others that is attracting everyone? Chu Yingzhan also thought for a moment. In this strange world, everyone should be busy recovering their strength. How many people are there? There are at least 70 people in the battle? 100? About this number. There are even more teams floating in the sky, watching the show. No one has any intention of retreating. Yun Nuoxing's face darkened. He didn't have much strength now. Otherwise, from thousands of miles away, he could shatter the entire sky with his spirit hong. Even if he didn't kill all of them, he could scare a lot of people to death. After he finished speaking, Yun Nuoxing fell into deep thought. His eyes flickered slightly. He made contact with Bing Er's soul and vaguely understood what Bing Er had just encountered. Then his expression changed. Feeling Yun Nuoxing's body tremble, Chu Yingzhan raised his head. "What's wrong? Don't tell me that the two girls really have something that attracted those beasts?" Bing Er and the others took the key to open the Void Fortress under the glacier. It should be a very important place. This news has just been directly transmitted to all. Half of the people. At least the Far Light College didn't receive it because I didn't receive this news. The Elemental College shouldn't have received it either. If they had received it, they would have passed it on, probably. Yun Nuoxing gritted his teeth. Damn it, they didn't just pick up the key. They brought back a barrel of explosives. There are hundreds of teams. How are we going to fight them? Chu Yingzhan had a toothache. Why couldn't they all settle down? Didn't they know how to secretly recover their strength and wait until they gathered to attack? They were close enough, but their soul communication was still severely blocked. Yun Nuoxing could only use his eyes to look at Bing Er and Ming. The two girls used the glacier's terrain and Ming's powerful holy power to forcefully stop the hundreds of teams, although it was a bit embarrassing. Fortunately, the two girls did not suffer any substantial injuries. At this moment, they were retreating as they fought. They were constantly getting closer to the center of the ice field. The two people from Yun Nuoxing had no choice but to turn around and meet up. With the strength of the three of them, it should not be a problem for them to escape from the battlefield. He also saw some people wandering around the place where the first battle took place. It seemed that this message did not have any tracking function. It only informed everyone that there were two people here who had received this clue. The people watching in the sky weren't very strong either. They only dared to watch, but didn't dare to join the battle. They were also wary of the hundreds of teams surrounding Bing Er and Ming. Celestial Godly Academy. Yun Nuoxing's voice made Chu Yingzhan's face twitch. They're involved! The main force, one team, 50 people. The leader is a mortal level 9. The other teams should know them. Didn't Xianmu say that Celestial Godly Academy has allied with several factions? Yun Nuoxing's voice was gloomy. Why are these guys causing trouble so crazily? Can't they rest for a while? Chu Yingzhan slammed on the ice and stared at Yun Nuoxing. Hurry up, don't stop. Yun Nuoxing patted her head and pointed in a direction. It was where Bing Er and the others had to go. You think I'm a transportation tool? Chu Yingzhan fiercely glared at him. She lowered her head and bit down on his arm. The powerful occlusal muscles exerted force. Yun Nuoxing fiercely sucked in a mouthful of cold wind and snow that came head-on. Her entire body could not help but tremble. She hurriedly reached out and patted her shoulder. Be gentle. Be gentle, it's broken. I'm bleeding. Shit, it's frozen. The wound is infected, I'm going to die. After wailing like a ghost and howling like a wolf for a while, Chu Yingzhan finally gave a light snort. She lifted his legs and rushed forward. Yun Nuoxing looked at the wound that was so deep that it was bleeding. Even though it was now blocked by blood ice, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at the fuming Chu Yingzhan. What was wrong with her? His body was currently so weak that it was about to die. Hey, does it still hurt? Chu Yingzhan glanced at him. What do you think? Yun Nuoxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. My defense is basically 0 right now. You bit? So hard. That's right. I'm not the one in pain. Chu Yingzhan snorted and turned around. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he shook his head. Hey, harem guy. Chu Yingzhan's soft call interrupted his messy thoughts. Yun Nuoxing rubbed his face and took a deep breath. After a while he responded, Speaking of which, was he so familiar with this title that he could ignore it? He responded so naturally. Your token should be able to contact the people from Far Light Academy, right? Chu Yingzhan asked. Yun Nuoxing pondered for a while. After a while he nodded slightly. In theory it should be possible. Elder Yen Feng told me that the tokens are interconnected. It can send an urgent message to inform everyone where you are, or leave a dying message. Let's contact the people from Far Light Academy. It should be difficult for us to deal with this alone. If your friends still care about you, they should respond to your call for help. It depends on whether you can put your face down or not. Chu Yingzhan said faintly. She didn't believe in people's hearts. People's hearts are ugly. Now that you mention it, I remember that I used to think that way too. Although it was just a thought, I didn't rely on these things. I don't know how deep my friendship is. Yun Nuoxing let out a long sigh, then shook his head. But Lin Shang and the rest probably won't. Yes, they won't be like this. I don't have any face to lose. My life is about to be lost. I don't want my face anymore. After that, Yun Nuashing didn't hesitate. He took out the token of Far Light Academy and sent his weak soul power into it. He hesitated, as if he was too embarrassed to speak to so many people at once. Who knew how many students there were in this world? However, this hesitation faded away when he felt a small hand gently patting his thigh. He mustered up the greatest courage he had ever mustered and used his soul to shout at the top of his lungs. Help! Lin Sheng, Dashin, Luo Yi, Senior Mingyu. It's an emergency. Celestial Academy is surrounding us. I'm going to die. This soul shout was not controlled well, and even Chu Yingzhan heard it. She immediately staggered and turned her head to look at Yun Nuashing with a slightly changed expression. She had thought that this fellow would not be able to lower himself to shout, but the words that came out of his mouth stunned her. This fellow was throwing caution to the wind. After knowing the urgency of the situation, Chu Yingzhan didn't try to conceal herself. She didn't even try to conceal her aura. She rushed out with an imposing aura and even flew up midway. Flying for a long time in the mortal realm consumed a lot of energy, but she couldn't care too much at this moment. She took out the large pile of spoils she had collected and crazily absorbed them. She didn't care about the efficiency of the spoils. She just wanted to recover as much energy as possible in this short distance. After Yun Nuashing finished shouting, he immediately cut off the soul connection. His pretty face was slightly red, and he did not check if anyone on the other side had received it. He only knew that if he continued to connect, when someone really responded, he would be so embarrassed that he would dig a hole and jump in. After a while, Yun Nuashing stealthily contacted the token again and heard a lot of noise. A rough voice shouted, "Let's go to the ice fields. We can't let those bastards bully our brothers." He could tell that this was the voice of Chuan Jingshan's brother, Chuan Mu. Furthermore, there seemed to be a few voices frantically calling out his name from the token. Yun Nuashing hesitated for a long time and did not dare to respond. He felt that if he responded at this moment, the group of people on the other side would greet him with questions. The two figures turned into streaks of light and quickly arrived at that area. After crossing an icy peak, a chaotic and vast battlefield appeared before them. Golden flames and icicles, as thick as thighs, burst out in all directions. The two blended together to form a special icicle firestorm. The battlefront stretched for hundreds of meters. Occasionally, huge icicles would protrude from the ice, and the golden flames would directly pierce through the pursuers or obstruct them. A large group of people flew around in the sky like flies, either going around the sea of fire or directly passing through it, chasing after the two figures who were desperately trying to escape. All kinds of energy flew across the sky, bombarding the ice field until it looked like it had been baptized by meteorites. Potholes could be seen everywhere. There was even an ice mountain that was blasted into the sky by the energy and then fiercely smashed down, shattering into a large piece of ice. Yun Nuashing and Chuan Mu didn't try to hide. They directly charged into the battlefield. Chu Yingzhan's aura immediately attracted the attention of many. Most of the people were startled and gasped. The group from Celestial Godly Academy was also startled. "Go! Harem ball!" Chu Yingzhan ignored the gazes of the crowd. Taking advantage of their shock, she shouted and used all her strength to throw Yun Nuashing off her back. She waved her hand, and a large amount of stone appeared out of thin air. They condensed into long and thin thorns that revolved around Yun Nuashing. Yun Nuashing shouted and used up all her light essence and life force. She waved her right hand, and an ice brick appeared. She shot towards the Celestial Godly Academy's Extreme 9 like a cannonball. The ice brick in her hand smashed down as she shouted, "I'll smash your lungs!" Before the crowd could recover from the shock, Yun Nuashing's figure appeared in front of the Celestial Godly Academy's captain and smashed the ice brick towards his head. Bang! The Celestial Godly Academy's captain was also sent flying by the high-speed human cannonball and the brick. His expression froze for a second. He couldn't react at all. The energy in his body hadn't dissipated yet, but he didn't have time to defend himself. The light essence was out of the norm. It was the best choice for assassination and escape. That loud sound stunned countless people. The captain and Yun Nuashing were sent flying and slowed down in a few breaths. Yun Nuashing raised her weak hand and used the brick to smash the captain's head. Blood and ice shards flew everywhere. Although the people in the distance didn't see how painful the brick was, they could see from the extent of the captain's head that it was a fatal blow. Using sublight speed to smash a person together with a brick and taking advantage of the fact that they couldn't react, even a demon rank powerhouse would be turned into a fool. Bang! The last brick smashed over, and the ice in Yun Nuashing's hand shattered into countless pieces. The captain fainted without making a sound. His head flowed white and red, and was quickly frozen by the extreme temperature here. The former had also lost all ability to move, and fell to the ice below with him. He was very sure that this was the simplest and crudest fight he had had in all these years. Bing, and Ming Ming were also taken aback at first, but when they saw that the figure that flashed by was actually a familiar figure, they heaved a sigh of relief. They would not be able to withstand another such strong person. However, just as they heaved a sigh of relief, they were once again hung up. They saw that Yun Nuashing did not get up from the captain's body, and the two of them quickly fell towards the ice. If they were to crash onto the ice like this, Yun Nuashing would most likely die on the spot. Whoosh! The wings on Ming Ming's back unfurled, and her delicate body transformed into a streak of golden flames as she shot towards the Yun Nua planet. Bing, and Chu Yingzhan, who had reunited, stood side by side, blocking the path in front of everyone. The icy blue snowstorm and the brown storm of earth and stone combined into one, circling about 30 meters in front of the two. In the sky, the fierce battle paused because of this sudden development. When everyone reacted, their faces froze. The Celestial Godly Academy team's faces sank. Their captain had been crippled in a single exchange. No one knew what had happened in those 2 short seconds. They hesitated for a moment. During this time of hesitation, Ming Ming had already rushed in front of Yun Nuashing and picked up the latter's body. Soon after, the latter's delicate body trembled. During the time they were separated from Chu Yingzhan's energy barrier, his body had been tossed around in the cold wind to the point that it was almost frozen. Ming Ming picked him up as if he was carrying an ice cube. "Big brother, why are you so reckless?" Ming Ming hurriedly injected her divine power into Yun Nuashing's body. There was a hint of blame in her beautiful eyes. She hurriedly carried him and retreated to Bing, side. Crippling a leader the moment we met. It's not a loss. I just need to rest for a while. Just a while. I hope nightmare doesn't follow. Yun Nuashing's pale face was almost transparent under the golden divine energy. She raised her head and looked at Ming Ming's angry, beautiful face. She forced a smile and then tilted her head. Her body that had been holding up for a few days finally fell asleep due to exhaustion. Ming Ming's heart skipped a beat. The aura on his body turned black almost instantly. However, when he sensed that Yun Nuashing was only asleep, the black aura turned golden in a flash, making people think that it was just an illusion. Quietly heaving a sigh of relief, he hugged Yun Nuashing horizontally, his 2 wings overlapping in front of him. The energy in his body flowed endlessly into his body, nourishing his withered and weak body. In a flash, Ming Ming appeared behind Bing, and Chu Yingzhan. Looking at the large army that was eyeing them covetously, his brows furrowed. "Let's go! Big brother's situation is very bad." We should have stopped him. Chu Yingzhan looked and slapped her forehead. She wasn't the one who suggested that tactic. Yun Nuashing was the one who wanted to do it. He crippled the leader of the Celestial Godly Academy and left them without a leader. Even though it was a good thing, He didn't look like he was dead. He was saved and didn't fall to the ground and become a pile of mud. Boom! After a brief moment of silence, it was unknown who opened the door, but a series of explosions came from the front, causing the three women to raise their heads. On the hard layer of ice, earth, and stone barrier, huge energy sparks were exploding. Under the thousands of attacks, the tough barrier was on the verge of collapse. Ming Ming glanced at Binger and nodded. Binger also seemed to know something and nodded slightly. She then took a step forward and opened her hands slightly. Her jade-like hands formed a hand seal. Her hands gently touched each other, and a delicate voice quietly rang out. "Goddess of snow, ice cover!" As the delicate cry rang out, an explosion suddenly sounded from the ice plains below, causing countless people to be shocked. They hurriedly lowered their heads to take a look, and their expressions abruptly changed. The crowd scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing to the side as if their lives depended on it. The gigantic ice surface beneath them was rising from the ground with a rumble. In the span of 2 breaths, it crashed into all the people who could not escape in time. Then it rushed into the sky like a wall sealed in ice. It was hundreds of thousands of feet tall and stretched out for thousands of feet. It was like a wall of ice. Those who were hit directly on the ice surface were stuck to the ice surface like flattened flies. They didn't stop trembling until the ice surface was lifted tens of thousands of meters high. There was a huge, human-shaped pit on the ice surface. Chapter 832. The appearance of Yun Nuoxing and Chu Yingzhen was as fast as a formality. Almost no one could react, and they even lost sight of the 4 of them. The gigantic ice wall stood tall on the ground, looking majestic and terrifying. In the sky, countless people stared blankly below. The battle had stopped because they had lost their targets. The students of the Celestial Godly Institute didn't look too good. They had mobilized such a large number of people, but the 2 of them had managed to escape. On the vast ice plains, the wind and snow continued to blow. Out of sight, they hid their auras and buried their heads in a pile of snow. Even passers-by couldn't see them. What do we do now? They don't look like they have a team. We have so many people. Why should we be afraid of them? They can't have gone far in this vast ice field. Hurry up and search. The young man holding the captain frowned. He looked around and snorted. Also send a message back. According to reliable sources, the Void Fortress is a very special place in the 16 districts. We can't let it fall into other people's hands. The leaders of the other teams pondered for a while before nodding their heads. Then they spread out their men and started searching the huge ice field. The teams that were just there to watch were also a little confused. Then they seemed to have realized something. One after another, people landed on the ice field and spread out in all directions. Now that the targets were lost, it meant that everyone had a chance to find the 4 and capture them. In this place, it was too easy to hide. For example, they could take the information for themselves. In the boundless ice field, there was an endless snowstorm. The snowflakes were reflected on the surface of the ice. As the snowstorm blew past, the snow on the ground constantly changed shape. The distant ice peaks were faintly discernible in their line of sight. This was an ocean of ice. A single snowflake could float thousands of feet away along with the storm. The world seemed very blurry under this whiteness. From time to time, 1 or 2 figures would dash out from the snowflakes in the sky, flying into the distance and disappearing from sight. Those pairs of sharp eagle-like eyes scraped the snowy ground below inch by inch. Soul fluctuations constantly spread out in the air, allowing them to clearly observe everything within 100 jong radius. However, apart from the difficulty of observation, this snowy plain was also unprecedentedly large. The continuous snowy mountains and snowy peaks formed strange waves. There were many places that couldn't be detected. At most, one could roughly scan the ground from the sky. If one were to fly at a lower altitude, it would be very normal for one to accidentally bump into a snowy mountain. A group of people wearing the same clothes gathered on top of a snowy mountain. A dozen of them had a simple conversation. Then one of them shook his head and pointed in several directions. Disperse. After he finished speaking, the people who had gathered for less than 10 seconds soared into the sky again and flew in all directions. Under the snowy mountain, a snow pile suddenly wriggled twice. In the vast expanse of whiteness, the wriggling of this small area didn't attract anyone's attention. After a while, a palm-sized silhouette drilled out of the snow pile. Its blue-gold dragon eyes flickered slightly. It looked at the people who were leaving in the sky and shook its body. The 2 pairs of membrane wings on its back shook off the snow pile. Even when the 2 pairs of membrane wings were stretched out, this ice-blue little dragon was only the length of an adult's forearm. If it was placed in this place, no one would notice it unless they stared hard. After standing on the snowy plain for a while, the little dragon flapped its 4 wings. Its small figure turned into a blue and white light and flew towards the snowy mountain nearby. It stood in a hidden place on the mountainside for a while. Its nose twitched. After confirming that there were no signs of living creatures around, it plunged into the snowy ground. The snowy ground wasn't a hard ice plain, nor was it a piece of soil. In the thick layer of snow, there was a glacier crack that was only half the width of an arm. It penetrated the ice seal from top to bottom and went deep into the ice plain. This hidden entrance was difficult to find, and with a large pile of snow covering it, it was almost impossible for people to find this place. After flying under the glacier for a while, he made several turns as if he was walking in a maze. Finally, he accurately found one of the crisscrossing glacial crevices. After flying for a while more, he found a narrow crevice that was only 1 meter wide. On the wall 1,000 feet below it, there was a hole that he estimated he would have to crawl through. After flying into the hole, the surrounding space quickly widened. The little dragon's body lit up. It shook in the air and turned into a tall and slender figure. The blue-gold Maimel looked at the ice bed in front of her. She first raised her head and looked at the ground that was a few thousand meters away from here. Then she walked to the ice bed and sat down gently. Bing Er, how's the situation? On the ice bed, Ming hugged Yun Nuashing tightly in his arms. Dazzling golden energy jumped around his body. When he sensed someone coming, he opened his golden eyes and looked at Bing Er, who was sitting beside him. No one will find this place, Bing Er said resolutely. Even though she was weak now, she still had a little bit of the power of the ice and snow divine, right? The secret terrain created by this little bit of power was enough to make a god powerhouse badly battered. Ming nodded silently and looked at Chu Yingzhan, who was on the other side. She was crossing her legs and putting her feet on the ice bed in an inelegant manner. She kept shaking the chair under her. When she saw Ming looking at her, she shrugged and said, "I'm fine. I'll be fine after I recover. It's just that it's a little cold." Ming nodded and said, seriously, "Thank you for protecting my brother." Chu Yingzhan waved her hand casually and shook the chair while humming a song. Although she looked carefree, Maimel peeked at Yun Nuashing from time to time and asked subconsciously, "How is he?" "His injuries aren't too good." Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. The sublight speed collision just now had broken many of Yun Nuashing's bones. He was no longer as powerful as he was outside. In this place, he was almost an ordinary person. My brother is always messing around. The power of the rules has sealed almost 100% of his power. Even his recovery ability is very low due to the suppression of his body's constitution. The healing effect of divine power is better than wood and water elements, but my brother's body can't absorb this power. Chu Yingzhan smacked her lips and said, "Just transfer some life force to him. The method of instilling it is simple, straightforward, and violent. That guy almost used up all his life force on the way here. If we don't solve this problem, the rest of his recovery won't be any better. That's why he can't absorb your power." As soon as she said this, Ming's cheeks turned red. His golden eyes stared at her, and his little mouth was slightly open. The most direct method. Of course she knew what it was. She had seen Zian and Yun Nuashing do it before. Seeing her like this, Chu Yingzhan's cheeks twitched. She rolled her eyes and said, "Little girl, I don't think I need to say more about your brother's integrity or your own integrity. You've already shown it." Puffed. Bing Er spat out a mouthful of ice and looked at her strangely. Why was there so much information in this sentence? Ming hit Yun Nuashing's head with his head and looked at Chu Yingzhan in disbelief. How did she say this without hesitation? "I think you did it on purpose." Just as Chu Yingzhan was about to continue teasing and Ming made up his mind, a faint voice suddenly sounded. The latter was shocked and quickly lowered his head. "Ah, Harriman, you're not dead." Chu Yingzhan suddenly came to her senses. She jumped up from the chair and walked to the ice bed. She put her hands on her hips and looked down at Yun Nuashing, who had just opened her eyes and said with a smile. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes and said, "Do you think I'll be able to hear such an explosive speech if I'm dead? You scared me awake. Don't forget that I still have an external consciousness." Yun Nuashing pointed at Bing Er and sighed helplessly. The former had a soul contract with him, so she could still receive some information when necessary, even if she was unconscious. As for whether she could wake up or not, that was another matter. Speaking of which, aren't you torturing me for a second? Ugh. Thinking of this, Yun Nuashing raised her eyebrows and raised her head, just as she opened her mouth and was about to teach Chu Yingzhan a lesson. He saw two huge wings close together. His vision suddenly turned dark and he was stunned. The golden Mei Mao was shining in the darkness and was only about an inch away from his eyes. A soft feeling came from his mouth, and a fragrant wind lingered at the tip of his nose. A huge force rushed into his body somewhat awkwardly. Again, he was forcefully kissed again. Why did he have to say again? Could it be that he was weak now and looked very easy to bully? All right, he admitted that he was usually bullied by the girls around him. Zian and the others also called him a rag doll. Wow! Explosive. So explosive. I was just casually talking. I didn't expect this at all. Why don't Bing and I leave for a while? The space here is quite big, so it shouldn't collapse. However, the atmosphere was not very good. After all, there was a crazy person shouting at the side. He looked as excited as if he had advanced several realms out of thin air. Yun Nuashing was very embarrassed. But now that he had used up all his strength, he just wanted to open his eyes and refute the uneasy guy. He didn't expect to discover this. Would it be better if he didn't wake up? Ming's holy and pretty face was slightly red. The golden Mei Mao stared straight into his colorful eyes. There was a familiar emotion in her eyes. Yun Nuashing was very familiar with this gaze. He had seen it countless times from Zian, Feng Er, and Yuan Chen. The situation is much better. After a long time, Yun Nuashing calmed down again. Half of her pale long hair had regained its color. Half of her body was lying in Ming's arms, and she fell asleep peacefully. Her body was suffused with a holy golden energy. Her transparent face had also regained some faint color. Her breathing was gentle and her body was gradually recovering. When Ming and Bing Er saw this, they both heaved a sigh of relief. Bing Er had given him more than half of her life force. She should have been weak, but it was unknown if her life form had changed. At this time she did not feel weak. If she rushed out and faced another encirclement, she would probably be able to escape unscathed. Angels were life forms constructed from energy. Pure, golden blood flowed in their bodies. However, they could turn themselves into pure energy at any time and hide in the world. They could also hide in a person's body. They were almost immortal. Only by eliminating the weak consciousness contained in every trace of energy could an angel be eliminated. Ming's life form was no different from an angel's at this time. Even Palace Master Jean and the others did not understand what was going on. Chu Yingzhan was frozen in an ice sculpture. Only her eyes could move. She rolled her eyes at the two and said telepathically, "I was wrong. Let me out. 10 more minutes." Ming and Bing Air rolled their eyes at her. This girl had just said something shocking. It was the kind of thing that would scare people to death. The two of them discussed and froze her to the side. Now it was much quieter. However, Chu Yingzhan switched to telepathy. The voice that rang in their heads from time to time made the two girls speechless. After a while, Chu Yingzhan walked out of the ice while muttering to herself, and the three of them began the next step of their recovery plan. This place was hidden, and it was impossible for them to be discovered. This pursuit made them miss the time when they had strength, and what followed was the motivation to recover their strength. This was Bing Air's home ground. Every inch of space was filled with her power. The huge ice field uprooting was done using the ice field's own power. The many treasures they collected before were given to Chu Yingzhan and Ming. Chu Yingzhan didn't say anything and started eating. Ming was still hugging Yun Nuashing. He also helped him recover while he cultivated. He also blamed Celestial Godly Academy for Yun Nuashing's injury. Yun Nuashing's body, along with his power being sealed, such as the divine artifact, the elements, and the soul, which were linked to his recovery ability, were all suppressed. His recovery ability was greatly weakened. The emptiness realm did not have much power to begin with, so it was impossible for him to recover quickly. Even the injuries he suffered were beyond the limits of the emptiness realm. A normal emptiness realm cultivator would have died on the spot after suffering injuries of the same degree as Yun Nuashing's. Yun Nuashing's power was only suppressed. Even though he could withstand the injuries, it did not mean that he could recover. This world suppressed the powerful people more severely, and Yun Nuashing was the one who was most severely suppressed. Without an external recovery ability, he would probably have to continue recovering. Ming seemed to know this, so he acted as the external recovery ability. The sky gradually brightened in the snowstorm. The light of dawn couldn't penetrate the thick snow. One's vision couldn't extend beyond 50 meters, and one's soul power couldn't extend beyond 200 meters. The howling wind swept through the entire ice field like the wailing of ghosts. The sunlight illuminated the clouds and mist. One could see a spot of light in the sky, which quickly disappeared. This was a rare source of light that hadn't been seen for a long time. Whoosh! Puff! Bang! In the howling snowstorm, there were sounds of moving figures, accompanied by the sounds of weapons colliding or piercing into bodies. Then there was a stifled groan. In the snowstorm, there was a sharp, murderous aura. A colorful energy barrier condensed from the power of many people was erected in this place where the wind and snow were howling. It shielded a large area from the wind and snow, allowing the vision inside to quickly become clear. A large group of figures wearing white robes appeared. Golden patterns were faintly discernible on their clothes. Behind them was a dazzling golden temple, which looked very majestic and imposing. This is already the 28th team. There are about 300 people. Every time it's either a sneak attack or a sneak attack. A man with a body full of muscles wriggling like mountains picked up a skinny young man like he was picking up a little chick. He smacked his lips and threw the young man onto the ice, causing the young man to pile up with a few other people wearing the same clothes. Chuan Mu sighed helplessly. Lin Sheng, how far are we? You really remember the coordinates, don't you? On the other side, Chuan Jingshan patted a young man with a calm smile on his handsome face with his thick arms. It was Lin Sheng. After not seeing him for a while, the young man's youthfulness had faded a little. There was still some maturity brewing on his face. Hee, I remember. Don't worry. In 3 days, even if we reach the place where the coordinates were first sent, Brother Yun and the rest won't just wait there. They will probably find a place to hide, Lin Xing said with a smile. According to some guesses, it's more likely to go to the center. That's why we changed our route. Yi Qinglian's tall figure stretched slightly. Mei Mao looked at the group of people lying in a human pyramid on the ground and frowned. These days, I've found out a lot of things. Yun Nuoxing's group is being chased because they received information about the Void Fortress. Many people were gathered by the Celestial Godly Academy. That's why they gathered so many people, isn't it? Almost the entire Far Light Academy is here. TSK, FSK, HSK. A young man with a resolute face was holding a silver spear that was bigger than him. He waved the spear in the air and held the spear under his armpit. The spear was pointed diagonally at the ground. Xue Lingfeng smiled and said, "It doesn't matter that we're all here. The fight in the wood elemental area is still going on. It's been so many days, but the holy relic hasn't been taken yet. That's a hot potato. Whoever gets it will be unlucky. 16 people, let them take their time. Compared to that, I'm more curious about how our little junior can still come in after the time limit." Ding Mingyu said softly, her beautiful silver eyes revealing a sense of coldness and alienation. Everyone said in unison, "It's not surprising what that guy did. Don't mind the details." Jun Luo-yi, who had a crown on her head, covered her mouth and chuckled. She exchanged glances with the people from Xianlong Continent. The former couldn't help but laugh. "It's normal for Mr. Yin to do anything. You'll get yourself into trouble if you care too much about these things." Ding Mingyu thought about it and agreed, so she let go. "We're here." While everyone was talking, Lin Sheng waved his hand and stopped the people maintaining the energy barrier. He then took out the token of the Longguang Academy. Looking at the token that was emitting a weak light, he sighed. There shouldn't be any other Longguang Academy students in a 10-li radius. I wonder where Brother Yun and the others are hiding. Ding Mingyu smiled faintly as she looked around with her beautiful silver eyes. She took out a colorful token from her spatial storage device. It was the one she had given him in the labyrinth. "Token!" Seeing this token, Lin Sheng, Chuan Mu, and the others were stunned. Then a hint of joy appeared in their eyes. This token could call out to Yun Nuoxing and the others and could also find their location. Seeing everyone's expression change, Ding Mingyu smiled and nodded. She opened her hand. The colorful token contained a trace of Yun Nuoxing's soul imprint. It paused in the air for a moment and then quickly flew in a direction. The movement of the token made Lin Sheng and the others sigh in relief. They quickly waved their hands, and the group of people from the Longguang Academy followed. Chapter 833. In the ice fields, the wind and snow were blowing, making it difficult to see into the distance. They had to be careful along the way. 100 zhang-wide energy barriers surrounded a group of dozens of Beam Academy students. Their surroundings were hazy, only those inside the barrier could see clearly. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the snowstorm, a series of muffled sounds of flesh colliding could be heard. Sparks of energy flickered, but in a flash, they were covered by the snowstorm. A moment later, a dozen or so people passed through the edge of the barrier and arrived at the center. The people in their hands were thrown onto the ice. Immediately, the latter and the others grimaced in pain. Just as they were about to launch an attack, a long spear and many other weapons were pressed against their throats. The cold, murderous aura caused the temperature here to drop by a lot. 3 questions. Lin Sheng kicked the leader of the group and smiled. Where are the people from Celestial Godly Academy? Where are the people you were chasing? Is there anyone else sending reinforcements here? The leader glared at Lin Sheng and gritted his teeth. He looked at the group of people around him and measured their strength. After a while, he smiled bitterly. It seemed like there was no way they could fight back. The people from Celestial Godly Academy entered the depths of the ice fields 2 days ago. Nobody has found the 4 yet. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that they've been captured. As for reinforcements, from what I know, there are at least 10 other groups coming here. Celestial Godly Academy is the most active of them all. They've already suppressed some of the stronger groups. After obtaining the information they needed, Lin Shang and the others looked at each other and nodded. They knocked the group unconscious and left them where they stood. Whether they lived or died depended on their own luck. The snowstorm in the ice field had never stopped. As for whether they woke up first, or if they were found, or if they froze to death in the wind and snow, Lin Shang and the others did not care. Ding Mingyu took out her token and threw it in the air. She quickly flew in a certain direction, the group behind her. Celestial Godly Academy has made a lot of moves, suppressing others, sending out troops, and targeting the Elemental Academy. Before we came in, Elder Yen Feng said they might target us, but it seems that they are still a bit off. Maybe it's because we didn't participate in the big operation. Chuan Mu smacked his lips and said, "Have you thought of anything?" Everyone pondered for a moment before shrugging and shaking their heads, indicating that they didn't know. Lin Shang was suddenly stunned. Ding Mingyu and the others' expressions flickered slightly. All of them stopped abruptly and looked at each other in confusion. They took out their tokens and stroked them gently with their palms. A piece of information was injected into their minds. After a moment, everyone raised their heads and looked at each other again. Their expressions were even more strange. Ruins? Now, under this ice field? Zhong Songbai pushed up his glasses with a strange look on his face. It's from the Flaming Li School. They're also on this ice field, so it shouldn't be wrong. This message was sent to the other schools at the same time. Lin Xing pondered for a moment and nodded. The information should be correct. As for the situation of the ruins, it's hard to confirm. Let's find Junior and the others first. Ding Mingyu flicked her long black hair and stared at the token in front of her with her silver-white eyes. Mei Mao blinked. The token stopped 100 meters in front of them. It was within the energy barrier and was still spinning in place, as if it had lost its direction. The token isn't moving? Is it broken? Xue Lingfeng walked forward curiously. However, before he reached the token, his pupils shrank. He stared at the ice field beneath his feet in shock. He could feel an extremely large amount of energy approaching them at a rapid speed. Something's not right. Retreat. Swallowing his saliva, Xue Lingfeng's expression changed. He shouted behind him and retreated quickly. Just as he retreated, the ice field suddenly shook violently, causing everyone from the Far Light School to be stunned. After hearing Xue Lingfeng's words, they didn't care too much and followed his orders out of habit. Everyone retreated as if they were on drugs. Boom! A huge golden flame pillar shot up from the ice field and pierced through the clouds in the sky. It burned a hole in the ice field that was more than 100 feet wide. The brilliant golden flame dyed the sky golden. Tiny golden flame fragments fell from the sky, causing the snowstorm to stagnate. This scene was incomparably sacred, as if the door to heaven had opened. Xue Lingfeng patted his chest with lingering fear. He almost ran out of the ice field just now. If he was a step later, he would have been devoured by the golden flame pillar. At that time, not even ashes would be left behind. Whoosh! The sound of wind breaking came from the hole that was burned. Lin Sheng and the others' expressions turned serious. They grasped the weapons in their hands tightly, and Yuan Li slowly condensed in their bodies. The person who could unleash such an attack was incomparably powerful compared to them. They even guessed that this person had entered the half-immortal realm. Just as they were about to enter battle mode, 3 figures flew up from the bottom of the ice cave. Landing at the entrance of the cave, the 3 of them were taken aback. They saw a large group of people wielding weapons. Furthermore, they appeared to be charging at them in a ferocious manner. Instantly, the mortal energy within their bodies began circulating furiously. The young woman standing at the front flapped her huge, pure white wings, and the sacred sword in her hand burned with incomparably holy golden flames. "Sister Ming, wait a minute," the girl with long blue hair exclaimed, as if she had recognized something. The girl holding the golden sacred sword was stunned. However, The golden sacred sword in her hand had already drawn a crescent moon mark. The golden flame transformed into a sword ray that was hundreds of feet long and violently shot out. Seeing that the sword chi had already rushed out, the girl could only stare. In the end, she only had time to retract her destructive power. Then, she allowed the golden flame to engulf Lin Sheng and the others like a raging prairie fire. Such a powerful attack in the first exchange scared Lin Sheng so much that he bit his tongue. His hands formed a seal with lightning speed. A golden array appeared in front of him and gradually solidified, however. Before the array could be completed, Xue Feng and the others hurriedly joined forces to form an energy barrier that enveloped everyone behind them. The moment the barrier appeared, the raging golden flame whizzed over. Under the ferocious golden flame, the barrier that everyone hastily formed seemed too weak. Even though Ming had retracted most of her power, the barrier still shattered in less than a second. Behind the shattered barrier, Lin Sheng and the others gritted their teeth. In the end, they only had time to mobilize all their power to form a weak primary energy barrier in front of them. The golden flame whizzed past, rumbling as it rushed past Lin Sheng and the others. After rushing out for tens of meters, it finally extinguished slowly, leaving behind a large patch of black scorch marks on the ice. Lin Sheng and the others, who had faced the golden flame head-on, did not suffer any major injuries. They were all stunned on the spot. Their faces and bodies were black, as if they had just returned from digging coal. Burp! Xue Feng spat out a mouthful of black smoke. His handsome face was completely black. His face was covered in the golden flame, and even his hair was almost singed. His body was still warm, and his arms were red. He subconsciously used his hands to block his face. It was almost 60% done now. Lin Sheng carelessly wiped his face. The more he wiped, the darker his handsome face became. At this moment, he did not care too much and hurriedly raised his head to look in front of him. The young lady who had almost wiped them out in one move was slowly walking over with a golden, sacred sword in her hand. A pair of gigantic wings carried a person in her embrace. Beside her were two other young ladies. One of them was dressed in men's clothes, while the other was someone he knew. He had seen her once or twice before. At that time, the young lady who had been following behind Yin Nuashing silently was the one who had called out for Ming Ming to retract his attack a little, preventing the group from being wiped out in one move. After listening to Bing Er's explanation, Ming felt a little awkward. Although he wanted to put on a smile, his beautiful face remained indifferent. It was even a little indifferent. It seemed like he could not smile. After a moment, he thought of something. He lowered his head and looked at Yun Nuashing in his arms. A smile immediately appeared on his holy face. He walked forward and said to Lin Sheng and the others, "Sorry, I thought you were an enemy." Lin Sheng and the others were a little confused when they did not see the familiar face. However, they recognized Bing Er. It was obvious that they had not found the wrong person. Just when everyone was about to think that Ming was Yun Nuashing, they finally saw Yun Nuashing, who was wrapped in a huge pair of wings. Her beautiful face was revealed with great difficulty. They finally noticed her familiar colored hair. "Mr. Yin, this is?" Mei Mao took the lead and walked forward. She glanced at Yun Nuashing in Ming's arms. She was a little surprised. She could tell that Yun Nuashing was in the emptiness realm. She was not in a good condition. Ming tried to organize his words. Bing Er knew that he did not like to speak. Instead, she stepped forward and quickly told Lin Sheng and the others about the series of events. Emptiness realm. Isn't this a little too cruel? When he heard that Yun Nuashing was suppressed to the level of the emptiness realm, Lin Sheng's teeth chattered. Even if the rules here suppressed her, it did not make sense for her to be suppressed to this extent. No wonder Big Brother Yin asked for help. But I don't think there is a big difference whether we come or not. Yin pointed at Ming, helplessly. Everyone looked at each other and nodded helplessly. The latter had already reached the immortal realm. They were almost wiped out when they met him just now. It did not seem to make much difference whether they came or not. This idiot didn't think too much at that time. We were surrounded on the ice field. There were only 4 of us. This idiot risked his life to give us a chance to escape. We thought we would be stuck here forever. Chu Yingzhan put her hands on her hips and said in a bad mood, "Also, we just came out of the ruins below. We found a very powerful heavenly treasure there. We let him try to break the seal. Who knew that he would end up like this after eating it? Who knows if he died or not?" As Chu Yingzhan spoke, she could not help but poke Yun Nuoxing's head with her slender finger. Lin Sheng and the others were dumbfounded. They had just received the news, and in the end, Yun Nuoxing had already come out of there. Also, don't think that he will fall asleep just like that. Believe it or not, he will jump up after a while. Chu Yingzhan twirled a strand of Yun Nuoxing's colorful hair around her finger. Ming and Bing Er were speechless. This girl was determined to wake Yun Nuoxing up. As expected, Yun Nuoxing widened her eyes and stared fiercely at Chu Yingzhan. She gritted her teeth and said, "Can't you just let me rest for a while?" "Hey, anyway, you slept all the way here. Now that the people you called are here, even if you are lying down, you have to jump up and say a few words. Everyone came all the way here to rescue you." Chu Yingzhan put her hands on her hips and said righteously. Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath. The veins on her forehead were popping. She glared at her for a while, but she swallowed her anger. She rolled out of Ming's arms and looked at Lin Sheng and the others. She smiled and waved her hand. "Hey, long time no see." Seeing that she was talking as if nothing had happened, Lin Sheng smiled helplessly and said, "Although I wanted to ask how your situation is, it seems that there is no need to say any more." Yes, the situation is terrible. Not really, I'm disabled, but these girls can still move. I'll just treat this as a special holiday for myself." Yun Nuoxing shrugged indifferently and said, "But this is not the place to talk. Let's talk while we walk." Lin Sheng nodded. The entire ice field was full of people now. It was indeed not a place to talk. He waved his hand and led the others to retreat in the direction they came from. Originally, he wanted to go to the ruins under the ice to take a look. However, when he heard that Yun Nuoxing and the others had already been there, he could only give up on this idea. There was probably nothing left in there. Yun Nuoxing held Ming's shoulder and swung her long hair. She put one hand around his waist and flapped her pure, white wings. She flew up with him and rushed towards Lin Sheng and the others. Bing Er and Chu Yingzhan also followed from the side. There was nothing special in the ruins, other than some treasures related to the water element. There were some unimportant weapons. They were about level 1 or 2. Because they were too weak, we only took 1 or 2. We did not have time to take the rest. We snuck in. After we entered, the enchantment of the ruins disappeared and a large group of people rushed in. Yun Nuoxing slowly explained what had happened in the ruins. Then she said with a strange expression, "This world is a little strange. A ruin of that scale should have been left behind by a strong god. However, corresponding to the things inside, the owner was probably only at the immortal level. Other than that, there was a map. This was a map of the entire arcane land. The entire arcane land was much bigger than I thought." Yun Nuoxing said something that made everyone's expression turn serious. A map was a rare resource in this place. Lin Sheng and the others had seen people who had obtained information about the map. It was said that there were many flaws in the map. Even so, countless people had fought for it on the spot. Knowing what this group of people was thinking, Yun Nuoxing smiled faintly. She sent out a weak soul wave and threw the information about the map to Lin Sheng. After Lin Sheng received the information, his eyes flickered slightly. This was a huge circular world. The division of the regions was like a horizontal rhombus. In the middle, there were 6 square lands that had been expanded. On the left of these 6 lands were 5 regions related to the 5 elements. On the right, there was another land related to the 4 special elements. Not a single one of the 16 regions was missing. This map was so detailed that it even included every mountain range in every region. At the 4 corners of the circular area that were separated by the rhombus, there were 4 dark areas. Nothing could be seen in those areas. It was like a strange purple-black void. Chapter 834. What are those 4 black spots? Lin Sheng pointed at the non-existent map in front of him and could not help but ask. Yun Nuoxing raised his eyes and took a look. Then he looked at one of the 6 regions in the middle and compared it twice. Then he shook his head. I'm not sure. There's no more information about the situation there. Oh, right. I don't recommend you guys to snatch the holy relic. Yun Nuoxing changed the topic and said something that shocked everyone. You can't snatch that thing. Everyone was stunned for a long time. After a while, Chuan Nuoxing opened his mouth and roared in a deep voice. What? You can't snatch the holy relic. Even if no one puts it in front of you, you can't just take it as you wish. Yun Nuoxing pointed at her head. This information was obtained from the ruins. The condition to obtain the holy relic is unknown. I don't recommend you get involved in this mess for now. Let the wood elementals fight for it if they want to. They will return empty-handed in the end anyway. I don't know if this information is in other places. Anyway, I've already taken the information of the ice ruins and destroyed it with a flip of my hand. Ha ha ha. Yun Nuoxing laughed sinisterly. Everyone was speechless. Well, you guys have made a wasted trip this time. If there's nothing else, go back first. I'll call you guys when the Void Fortress is ready to open. The key should allow us to enter 2 hours earlier. Yun Nuoxing smiled faintly. Her words made everyone's eyes flicker slightly. What exactly is the Void Fortress? Lin Sheng frowned slightly. These days he had been running around the ice plains. Some people who heard the news were looking for Yun Nuoxing and the others. The relevant information seemed to be related to the Void Fortress. However, other than the name, there was no other information. As for making a wasted trip, they did not mind. It was fine as long as they were safe. Yun Nuoxing was also at a loss. She shook her head and said, I only know that it's one of the 6 areas in the center. It's a place in the void area. As for what it is and why it needs a key, I don't know. We'll know when we go in. By the way, let me tell you something. It's very important. Yun Nuoxing's expression suddenly froze as she looked at Lin Sheng and the others solemnly. Everyone's expressions froze when they saw how serious he was. They pretended to be calm and looked at him in unison. We're ready. Speak. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. She nodded and asked, Let me ask you something first. You know much more about the journey to the secret realm than I do. In the previous trips to the secret realm, what happened if you died in the secret realm? You won't die in the secret realm. You'll be forcefully sent out of the secret realm. There are some strange things about this trip to the secret realm that I'm very concerned about. The Divine Great Academies have jointly stipulated that members of the same academy are not allowed to kill in the secret realm. Although the explanation is to allow this generation to obtain more opportunities, I still feel that there's something fishy about it, Shui Lingfeng said softly as she rested her silver-white spear on her shoulder. Is that so? It seems that some people know about it too. Yun Nuoxing narrowed her eyes when she heard this. She raised her head and looked at the empty sky as if she had seen something. She sneered and looked at Lin Sheng and the others. The situation this time is different. If you die in the secret realm, you'll really die. This is the conclusion that Jean, my lord, came to. This secret realm has its own problems. When this news came out, everyone was shocked to the point that their heads hurt. They looked at each other and then sucked in a breath of cold air. This news was so big that it was shocking. Then the joint agreement of the various divine academies. Lin Sheng's face twitched slightly. Someone should have found out about something. This piece of news was something that my dear Lord Elder Sister had worked herself to death to come up with. Furthermore, she had already deduced it before the purpose of this trip to the secret realm was revealed. She had almost sent me back with death. I only came in under a lot of pressure. Yun Nuashing sighed and shook his head with a bitter smile. He came in under the gazes of 10 to 20 peak stage god emperor experts and a deity. He did not doubt that if something happened to him in the secret realm, the entire myriad gods world would probably tremble in advance. Therefore, for various reasons, he seemed to have to carefully protect his little life. Furthermore, after leaving the void secret realm, you'll lose your memories. Cough. It seems that I've said too much. Yun Nuashing subconsciously said the sentence. Then he coughed dryly. He had already seen the various kinds of green light in everyone's eyes. Although he didn't know what they were thinking, it probably wasn't anything good. The wind and snow gradually subsided. Yun Nuashing saw that they were about to reach the edge of the secret realm. He scratched his long hair and coughed lightly. Cough, cough. All right. We'll talk about it when the time comes. We're going to be on our way. Just as he finished speaking, a slender jade hand slapped his head. Chu Yingzhan glared fiercely at him. Do you know how to speak properly? Yun Nuashing shrank his head and looked at Ming pitifully. Then he humphed and lowered his head. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't have the strength right now, he would definitely turn this female pervert's hair into a chicken coop. Mr. Yun, wait a moment. Seeing that the conversation had ended and they were about to part ways, no one tried to stop them. Perhaps they were used to their group being alone. But they did not feel that Yun Nuashing was really powerless after being suppressed to the emptiness realm. At this moment, Jun Luo hurriedly shouted. Then, she took out a strange fruit that was shining with golden light. She quickly approached and stuffed it into Yun Nuashing's mouth without saying a word. Before he could react, something was stuffed into his mouth. Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. He wanted to spit it out, but he swallowed it with a gulp. He swallowed it just like that. Everyone was shocked. This guy didn't even look at what it was, right? Yun Nuashing laughed dryly. Subconsciously, I can't remember how much I remember. Luo, what's this? After swallowing it, he felt a force slowly brewing in his body. It was as if something was being born. That enormous force made him sigh involuntarily. My seal can't be broken. This is a waste. Ah. Jun Luo was stunned. This shouldn't be. This seal-breaking fruit was born in this world. Theoretically, it should have the effect of breaking all seals. It wasn't easy to snatch it. Then I'll give it a try. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing wrinkled his nose. He patted Ming lightly, asking her to stop. Then he took a deep breath. The blood in his body slowly heated up, mobilizing the enormous force that was surging into his body. Seeing him stop, everyone stopped and scattered around. Yun Nuashing shouted softly, and the sound of chains rolling could be heard. Then, everyone saw 9 chains appear on Yun Nuashing's body. A powerful sealing force circled around his body. Ming, who was stuck close to him, even felt that her own strength was showing signs of being affected. She was a little surprised. Logically speaking, this was a single target seal. It shouldn't affect anyone else. Nobody knew if it was because Yun Nuashing was forcefully trying to break the seal or because of the effect of the boiling blood of the gods. The air shook slightly. Even if one was close to it, one could feel an overwhelming pressure descending from the sky. That was the roar of the power of the rules of this world. This world was trying its best to resist the godly body that was breaking the seal. Yun Nuashing's clenched fists trembled slightly, and a painful expression appeared on her pretty face. She seemed to be using all her strength to hold back the energy in her body. Chu Yingzhan saw this and almost blurted out a sentence. However, she felt the solemn atmosphere at this time, so she forced herself to hold back her words. Yun Nuashing, who was surrounded by 9 chains, had flames of different colors burning on his body. His suddenly widened eyes were burning with terrifying, colorful flames. The powerful force that emanated from his body made Ming's expression change slightly. She gently let go of his hand. Seeing that he didn't fall, she was worried and took a few steps back. Yun Nuoxing's method of breaking the seal was almost self-destructive. She couldn't withstand the spreading force for long. Every strand of his colorful hair glowed with an astonishing radiance as it fluttered behind his back, even though there was no wind. Scarlet runes wriggled on his skin and quickly occupied his arms, then spread to every part of his body. The seal's chain circle also gradually expanded several times in his desperate resistance. The suppression from the power of the natural order caused the sky to tremble as if it was about to collapse. Just when everyone thought that the chain circle had expanded to its limit and was about to break, and seemed to have heard the satisfying sound of breaking, the chain circle that had expanded to more than 10 feet suddenly shrank. It shrank to its original size, as if it was shrinking rapidly. At the same time, all the energy that permeated Yun Nuoxing's body began to dissipate. Just as his body was about to fall, Ming flapped his wings and flew over from the side, holding him in his arms. Well, I still failed. Yun Nuoxing spread his hands and said this. Then he smiled apologetically at Jun Luo Yi. He had wasted a good item for nothing. If he had given it to Ming and the others, he should be able to recover to the peak of the immortal rank. He might even be able to recover to the demonic rank. Even though she had expected this, when things really developed in this direction, Jun Luo Yi couldn't help but sigh. She hurriedly waved her hands at Yun Nuoxing and said, "We don't need this. Mr. Yin, you don't have to mind. It doesn't seem like a failure." Before Jun Luo Yi finished speaking, Yun Nuoxing was stunned. Everyone also turned their gazes towards him. Didn't they fail? Yun Nuoxing blinked and rubbed his right arm with his palm. Although his strength was still fixed at the emptiness realm, he could feel that some of the little fellows in his body seemed to have come alive at this moment. However, it seemed like there was only one of them. A fruit that contained the power of laws could awaken one of them. This seemed to be a heavy price to pay. He waved his hand and a familiar golden light flashed across his hand. Then a huge golden bow that was 8 meters long appeared in his hand. The deterrence of a divine artifact also slowly spread out. This was an undamaged divine artifact. Sun God Bow. Seeing the old friend that appeared in his hand, Yun Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. Why is it this? He thought that a netherworld ruined sword or something else would appear, but instead this appeared. This is an undamaged divine artifact. Ming asked curiously. Then she frowned slightly. A complete divine artifact couldn't use its power. If it was sealed together with the Sun God Bow, it would probably be better. 10% of its power would be enough to dominate the entire battlefield. However, it was a complete divine artifact. Yun Nuoxing glanced at her and nodded. As if he knew what she was thinking, he laughed and said, "The Sun God Bow was created by a god. Although it wasn't a complete divine artifact, it has reached the level of a high-level divine artifact. Back then, I didn't know how to use it and had been using my weak power to activate it. I even thought about using this divine bow as a brick. It was one of the divine artifacts that accompanied me in the beginning. Later on, I threw it in a corner to collect dust." Yun Nuoxing stroked the golden longbow in his hand as if he was whispering to an old friend. He sighed softly and flicked the bowstring with his fingers. Then he said, "The Sun God Bow has an external energy circuit that can extract the power of heaven and earth. I only need to use a small part of my power to maintain it. After a period of time, I can release a blow that can kill a god. However, the recovery time is quite long." "What about the range?" Lin Sheng walked forward and circled the golden bow. Finally, he asked, "What about the range?" "Not far." Yun Nuoxing tapped the golden bow in his hand with his fingers. Then he raised his head and said casually, "About 10,000 miles." Everyone was speechless. 10,000 miles is not far? How far do you want to shoot? Do you want to shoot the sun for it to count? Chu Yingzhan was a little annoyed and gave him a knock on the head. She stared at him with her eyes wide open. Yun Nuashing rubbed his head and looked at her helplessly. Theoretically, the sun god Bao can indeed shoot the sun down. It's not like I haven't tried it before. Back then, the purple night flame was evolving into the purple night star. If it succeeded, there would be a third sun hanging in the sky. Unfortunately, it was shot by the king of gods and I at that time. Everyone said, "We are different." When they were at the mortal level, they were still obediently practicing in some corner. At most, they would be naughty and make their mentors angry. This guy, on the other hand, had already started shooting the sun. While they were talking, Yun Nuashing and the others had already arrived at the edge of the ice field. The snowstorm could not reach here. Fine snow was falling from the sky, and there was no obstruction to their vision. They could even see that many people were rushing here from all directions. When they passed by above their heads, many people looked at this vast group of people. After measuring the strength of the two groups of people, they silently flew towards the ice field. They did not have too much time to waste here. They are really aggressive. If there were fewer people in our group, there would probably be people coming down to cause trouble. After entering this world, our nerves are a little sensitive. Xue Lingfeng looked at the people flying around in the sky and could not help but say. Yun Nuashing spread out his hands and looked at Lin Sheng, then will leave first. No matter what, thank you. I thought that no one would come after I shouted. Chuan Mu patted Yun Nuashing's shoulder and grinned. If you need anything, just give us a shout. We can rush over even if it is thousands of miles away. What are you guys busy with? At this point, Lin Sheng and the rest looked at Yun Nuashing curiously. This guy always looked busy. They did not know what he was doing. Yun Nuashing was silent for a moment. He looked up at the strangely colored sky and said, "First, we will find the two lost girls. Then, we will investigate this world. This world has long been destroyed by the Shadow Emperor and Purple Knight. They used the power of the gods to completely annihilate it. However, it is still standing here. What happened in the past 3 eras, Lin Sheng and the others were all dumbfounded as they listened to him talk about things that they felt were very powerful, but could not understand at all. Ding Mingyu rolled her eyes at him and said, "Why do I feel like you're living like an old man? You're doing things that only some old gods would do." Yun Nuashing spread his hands helplessly. Then he seemed to have thought of something. "All right. If we meet the people of the Snow Goddess sect and Yao Hua of the 9 Gods Temple, we can ask them to join forces. Oh, these are the 2 tokens." After saying that, he took out the Ice Snow Divine Staff and the token of the 9 Gods Temple. He waved it in front of everyone. Immediately, the group looked at him strangely. Lin Sheng and the rest nodded to show that they remembered the 2 tokens. Some of them did not know his identity. When they saw the 2 tokens, their cheeks twitched wildly. "See you next time. Let's catch up next time." Yun Nuashing smiled and said goodbye. He waved at everyone. Ming pulled him into her arms. The wings on her back spread out and flapped gently. She brought the 2 of them into the sky. Bing Air nodded at everyone and followed along with Chu Yingzhan. The strong wind blew the robes of this group of young people. Lin Sheng reached out his hand to block the wind in front of him. When he looked up, he could no longer see Yun Nuashing and the rest. So, why did this guy go to the Long Light Academy? Xue Lingfeng stomped the long spear in his hand and sighed. Even though this guy was suppressed to the virtual realm, he was still so elegant and ethereal. Lin Sheng thought for a while. To experience life, that makes sense. Everyone exclaimed. Chapter 835. Retracting his gaze, Yun Nuashing looked ahead and pointed in a direction. He planned to take a look at the nest of myriad beasts. As Ming and the other 2 recovered their immortal rank strength, the 4 of them resumed their habit of flying at high altitudes and avoided countless troubles below. "Brother, don't we need to bring them along?" While flying, Ming couldn't help but ask, "Brother, you seem to want to bring them along to do something, right?" "Yes. Yun Nuashing nodded and said, "Obtain the holy object and enter the second stage. If there is a second stage, there should be a third stage. These things will all happen in this world without any accidents, so there is no need to rush. Moreover, the holy object won't be taken away so easily. When the time is right, I will think of a way to obtain a holy object. As long as I have the Far Light Academy's token, this holy object will be useful to the entire Far Light Academy, and my goal will be achieved." After pondering for a while, Yun Nuashing said, "The main point is how to obtain it. There is too little information now, so it is not the time to act. Since there is a way to bypass the rules and recover my strength, it is best to let me recover half of my strength before acting." Speaking of this, he sighed. A mutant fruit with the power of rules only allowed one weapon in his body to recover from its dormant state. He didn't know how long it would take for him to recover all his strength and divine weapons. By that time, the journey in the secret realm might be over. Ming nodded casually. "Where's Feng? Are we going there directly?" "The nest of myriad beasts is at the boundary between the void domain and the soul domain in the special area." Yun Nuashing nodded and pondered for a while, then said, "Pay attention to the ruins on the way. There are many ruins left in this Jie Su secret realm. Most of them were built randomly, and only a small portion of them were carefully arranged. They are ownerless items in this secret realm." After saying that, she pondered again, her face slightly gloomy. Chu Yingzhan saw that the situation was not right and raised her eyebrows. "What are you thinking of now?" "How did you know what I was thinking of?" Yun Nuashing looked at her, a little stunned. Chu Yingzhan waved her hand. "Of course, this fairy's eyesight is not for show. Look at how gloomy you are. You don't know how to restrain your expression at all. Everything is written on your face. If you have something to say, just say it. There's no one else here." Yun Nuashing and Ming were speechless. This girl was already treating them as her own people so quickly. The former sighed. When they first met, she was such a sweet girl. Sure enough, after knowing her for a long time, her true nature was exposed. Now, she was simply a female lunatic. "I'm thinking about this world. Of course, it's not a coincidence that so many ruins were left behind. Many of the marks I saw were left behind by wars, and those wounds left behind by wars that cannot be healed had an aura close to that of a god emperor or a deity." Yun Nuashing looked at the ground. "We haven't gone to many places yet, but I noticed that in the wood, metal, and water elemental regions, there are 3 places with the same aura. These auras are the only ones left behind after countless years." And then Chu Yingzhan's eyes lit up as she asked, "And then did you notice that there is no young aura here?" Yun Nuashing narrowed his eyes. "Looking at the places we passed by, we saw those huge battle scars. In those mountains and forests, we could sense some very ancient auras, but there were no auras from recent years. There were no auras from thousands or even tens of thousands of years ago. Moreover, the owner of these ruins, like the one we saw so far, its owner was at the celestial level. But looking at the scale, it should have been left behind by a powerful deity." Chu Yingzhan was confused and disoriented. She slapped him on the head and said, "Speak human language." Yun Nuashing rubbed his head and said, "I don't know either. I only know that this world is very strange. The Shadow Emperor was a god-level master. He and Zai destroyed this Jie Su secret realm together. We don't know the reason behind it, and Zai can't remember it either. This world can erase memories, but it doesn't have the ability to change memories. Not to mention that the Shadow Emperor was a god-level master, unless the creator of this subworld was a god-level master." Chu Yingzhan slapped his head again. The latter glared at him angrily. "I asked you to speak human language." Yun Nuashing glared at him and curled up in Ming's arms. The latter smiled bitterly and rubbed his head. "I understand, but this guy is too stupid to understand. Big brother, you can just make it simpler. I suspect that there is a problem with the time and structure of this world. I've already made it simple enough. Don't hit me or I'll fight you." Yun Nuashing glared at Chu Yingzhan fiercely. He gritted his teeth and pretended to be fierce. Huh, let's spar? Chu Yingzhan put her hands on her hips and sneered. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and pointed at her. Bing ergo. The three girls were speechless. Yun Nuashing and the others were also scanning for familiar cheese. Other than Feng, they had lost another person. Yun Nuashing didn't have to worry about her, but that was because he was with her. Besides, the people from Celestial Godly College were looking for him, so they were probably looking for Ziyan as well. Yun Nuashing was worried about Feng, but that was because he was with her. Besides, the people from Celestial Godly College were looking for him, so they were probably looking for Ziyan too. 10 days passed peacefully. Yun Nua and the others had arrived at the central area 2 days ago, which was one of the 6 special areas. The sky was transparent and clear, with blue skies and white clouds. It was no different from the sky of the outside world. However, this space was a special space related to souls. Raising his head to look at the strange scenery in the sky, Yun Nuashing looked down and then retracted his gaze. The space in the special area is much larger than the elemental space. At this time, there are not many people who can set foot in these places. They need at least the strength of the immortal stage. According to the passage of time, except for the few of you, those who claim to be geniuses should have recovered to the mortal stage or the half-immortal stage under the condition of many heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The people we saw in the wood elemental area should be from the left side of this world. The middle area is a barrier that's hard to cross. This means that there's another large group of people on the right side. Chu Yingzhan added. Yun Nuashing nodded. His nose twitched, as if he was sniffing. This place has such a dense soul force, we will go around the edge. There's no need to go through the center. There's a very strong, ominous premonition coming from there. Ming nodded and changed directions. Bing Er and Chu Yingzhan were also on alert. They were thousands of miles up in the sky, but no one said that the sky was safe. An itchy feeling came from his neck, causing Yun Nuashing to stop thinking for a second. He lowered his head in surprise, and 2 snow-white ears stood up from the side of his neck and shook slightly. Then 6 snow-white tails stretched out from the side. The thick hair made the little fairy look like a white ball of fur. The white ball of fur shook violently, like a blooming flower, revealing a pair of smart and beautiful eyes. Xiao Xian? Yun Nuashing was also surprised. This little fellow had been sleeping ever since it clung on to him. It was never awake for 24 hours a day. Feng and Bing Er had said that it was in a strange state of deep sleep. They couldn't tell what it was, but there was no harm in it. Xiao Xian's 4 limbs pressed on Yun Nuashing's shoulders and stretched. Then its 6 tails curled around his neck, and its small body rolled around on his shoulders to stretch. Finally, it stood on his shoulders and called out happily. It used its soft tongue to intimately lick his cheeks. Its 6 tails wagged quickly behind it, and it seemed to be in a good mood. Yun Nuashing freed a hand to play with the little fellow on his shoulder. He smiled faintly and turned his head. As expected, he saw Ming's Mei-Mao blinking vigorously. Xiao Xian's cute image was very attractive to both men and women, old and young. It seemed that even Ming, whose nature had changed, was interested in this furry creature. Seeing that Yun Nuashing was looking at her with interest, Ming's pretty face turned red. She pretended to be cold and turned her head away, focusing on hurrying on with her journey. However, when Yun Nuashing saw that her wings were moving up and down restlessly, he couldn't help but chuckle. He held Xiao Xian in his palm and placed her on Ming's shoulder. Xiao Xian's beautiful eyes blinked slightly. Soon, she began to move around in this new place. She circled around Ming's shoulder many times, and finally settled down on his head. Her 4 snow-white little legs supported her head, and her 6 tails were spinning non-stop like windmills. Ming tried his best to suppress the thoughts in his heart. Mei-Mao stared straight at Yun Nuashing, as if she could see Xiao Xian's reflection in his eyes. However, when she saw that she was still hugging her older brother, who was more important to her, she suppressed this thought. Observing Ming's expression, Yun Nuoxing felt that it was very interesting. Just as he was about to ask Bing Er to take a look, he turned his head and saw her leaning over with a serious expression. She tugged at his shoulder with her jade-like hand. "Father, I sense the nest of myriad beasts." Yun Nuoxing and the others' expressions froze. They quickly asked, "What's going on?" "There's still a region's distance from here to the nest of myriad beasts." Bing Er blinked and said, "There are countless powerful sacred beasts and even mythical beasts calling out to us. There are at least 10 million sacred beasts and 10 million mythical beasts' corpses buried in the nest of myriad beasts. The countless remnant thoughts that have gathered together have a strong calling to us mythical beasts. Sister Feng Er should have also sensed this calling before going in. Perhaps there are also members of my clan there. Perhaps the previous generations of phoenixes also left something there. This feeling is very strong." "That's very serious." Yun Nuoxing's pretty face twitched, and she frowned. "Right now, I can only sense that Feng Er's condition is stable and her location. I don't know anything more specific. Perhaps it's because there are too many soul fragments gathered there, so the connection between us has been suppressed to the lowest level. It's already unbearable under the pressure of the rules here." The four of them were silent for a moment. Only Xiao Xian, who didn't know anything, was still standing on Ming's head and wagging her tail. "Hey, harem guy, look down there." Suddenly, Chu Yingzhan saw something. She grabbed Ming's arm and slowed him down. Bing Er also stopped at the side. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing lowered his head. She didn't need to point out anything for him to see. The dense forest and mountains suddenly disappeared without a trace in a certain area. It was a flat land. At the edge of the mysterious area, half of the mountains and trees were cut off. However, they weren't cut off. Instead, half of them were gone. Just like the forest at the edge of the hidden area, half of the forest had suddenly disappeared. Even the purple soul aura of the trees that were entwined with faint purple souls disappeared near the edge. That mysterious area was a huge, circular ground with a radius of about 10,000 feet. In the center, there was a large building that looked like an ancient square. It covered an area of about 10,000 feet. At the edge of the center of the square, there was a white staircase that rose up. The circular stone ground was engraved with golden talismans. In 8 directions, there were neat rows of stone pillars that were arranged along the steps. However, the top of each pillar was the same height. Each pillar was about 10 feet wide and engraved with talismans of different colors. On the bottommost circular platform that was thousands of feet wide, it was divided into 11 regions. In the middle, there was a platform that was thousands of feet wide, and the outside was divided into 10 smaller circles. Each circle had its own unique carvings. The outermost circle was like a whirlpool, and the innermost layer was like a circle of runes. However, no matter what kind of carvings they were all suddenly cut off and incomplete. Yun Nuoxing noticed that the innermost circle platform that was about 1,000 feet in size was densely engraved with many mysterious symbols. He had seen those symbols once in the pitch-black cave. The symbols there were destroyed in the end. He didn't expect to see a huge square full of these ancient symbols at this time. In the centermost area, there was a circular platform that was about 10 feet in size. A blue gem was inlaid in the center, and it emitted a fan-shaped beam of light. In the beam of light, there was a long sword that was half gold and half silver. Although it was called a long sword, Yun Nuoxing had never seen a sword like this. The gold and silver long sword was about 2 meters long and half a foot wide. It was a huge sword. The tip of the sword was a triangular shape with a sharp top and a thick bottom. At the 2 ends of the sword, there were sharp horns that pointed obliquely to the sky. At first glance, they looked like tree branches. On the surface of the huge sword, there was a pair of crescent moons that were engraved with complicated talismans. On the other side, there were 2 suns. The huge sword slowly rotated in the fan-shaped beam of light, but it didn't emit any aura. I seem to have some impression of this thing. I just glanced at it not long ago. Don't remind me. I should have remembered it. Chu Yingzhan covered her forehead and looked like she was deep in thought. After thinking for a long time, even Yun Nuashing was anxious for her. The ritual square is at the center of the entire Jia Su secret realm. It is located in the middle of the boundary between the void and the soul regions. Half of this square is in the soul region, and the other half is in the void region. Yun Nuashing couldn't help but say when she saw that she couldn't think of anything after pondering for a long time. I know. I was just about to say it. Chu Yingzhan gritted her teeth and looked at Yun Nuashing maliciously. She shuddered and felt goosebumps all over her body. She quickly shrank her head into Ming's arms like an ostrich. Ritual? What ritual? Yun Nuashing sighed and frowned. She couldn't understand the meaning of this square at all. She couldn't understand the symbols and didn't know what they were used for. How am I supposed to know? Chu Yingzhan fiercely rolled her eyes. Her jade-like hands danced like the wind as she scratched at his head. After messing up his hair, she lightly snorted. Let's go. Don't worry about these useless things. They've been abandoned for so many years. With a single glance, you can tell that they're useless. Saving your phone is more important. These symbols are making me dizzy. Yun Nuashing narrowed her eyes. Were these things really useless? Chapter 836. When the ceremonial square was first built, it was originally used by a country for worship and divination. It has a special status and is a very important building. There is no country in this place. The entire Jia Su secret realm is just a strange ancient battlefield. Who knows how many people have died here? Yun Nuashing muttered softly. He patted Ming's arm and pointed downwards. The latter understood. He flapped his wings and carried him down to the ceremonial square below. Seeing this fellow completely ignore her words, Chu Yingzhan fiercely clenched her teeth. After a moment, she helplessly sighed and could only follow him. She looked ahead and tried her best to not let herself see those dense symbols. If she looked any further, she would feel dizzy. The square itself was not worth Yun Nuashing's attention. In fact, if he had not seen the relevant information about this central square in the ruins, he would not have even come down to take a look. At most, he would have just ignored it as a strange square. The four of them walked slowly on the square. Ming's wings extended to 3 feet wide and wrapped half of Yun Nuashing's body in them. The sacred sword in his hand flashed through the space around them. Yun Nuashing waved his hand to indicate that there was no need to be so nervous. They walked to the center of the ceremonial square. The round and short platform was erected in front of them. The strange-looking giant sword was slowly rotating in the fan-shaped light pillar that was illuminated by the blue pearl in the center of the platform. Other than the metallic luster, there was no aura at all, as if it was just an ordinary weapon. After muttering to himself for a while, Yun Nuashing extended his hand with the intention of reaching into the light pillar. However, before he could touch the fan-shaped light pillar, a figure flashed by from the side. Soon after, the huge sword disappeared in front of him, causing him to be stunned for a moment. Turning his head, he saw Chu Yingzhan looking at him somewhat unhappily. Her lily-white hand was holding the strange, huge sword as she handed it over to him. It's as weak as glass. Can you not touch strange things? Chu Yingzhan stared at him unhappily. She stuffed the huge sword in her hand into Yun Nuashing's hand and snorted. This is a huge sword made of metal. It doesn't have any energy, fluctuation. You have the spiritual divine body. See if you can sense anything. Yun Nuashing looked at her with a strange expression, but she didn't think too much. She nodded and held the huge sword tightly. After sensing it carefully for a while, she shook her head and said, "This is not a weapon. There is no reaction from the spiritual receiving divine body." Ah! Ming and the other 2 women were stunned. Ming and Bing Air reacted quickly and nodded casually. Since he said it wasn't, then it wouldn't be. However, Chu Yingzhan wasn't used to Yun Nuoxing's way of identifying. She frowned slightly. Are you sure? Was there a mistake? This thing is just a strange-looking sword. Do you want to take another look? Yun Nuoxing pursed her lips and said, Although my strength has been suppressed, my physique is still there. I won't be wrong about this. Whether it's a weapon or not, the spiritual receiving divine body's origin can sense it. A weapon has the energy core of a weapon, and a magic tool has the spirit contained in it. A special weapon has a special soul or a weak consciousness. These can all resonate with the spiritual receiving divine body, but I don't have any reaction at all. Either this is not a weapon or a magic tool, or this is an ordinary weapon made of pure metal. Do you think an ordinary weapon will appear here? Chu Yingzhan shook her head. This thing was placed in the center of the ceremony square. She didn't know what this square was used for in a short period of time, but there must be something special about it. Naturally, they wouldn't place something useless here. With Yun Nuoxing's guarantee, it was obvious that this strange, huge sword wasn't a weapon. All right, I'll believe you this time. Then what is this thing? Chu Yingzhan puffed up her cheeks and asked unhappily. Yun Nuoxing shook his head. He couldn't see through it either. This thing doesn't have any energy reaction. So, your question stumped me. But it should be useful later, maybe, Yun Nuoxing quickly said when he saw that Chu Yingzhan was about to go berserk. I guarantee it with the name of my spiritual receiving divine body. To hell with your spiritual receiving divine body. You're the strangest person I've ever met. Chu Yingzhan rolled her eyes at him. Then, she turned around and flew toward the original path. Yun Nuoxing and Ming looked at each other and shrugged helplessly. He didn't say anything. This was just how this girl was. Ming picked up Yun Nuoxing with Bing air beside her. They flew toward the nest of 10,000 beasts. After passing through the plaza, they arrived at the other side of the Jiasu realm. They could clearly feel that the density of soul energy had decreased significantly. What replaced it was an incomparably chaotic energy. The void was the melody of the sky and this area. The sky above their heads was a strange, dark, purple color. Even though the Jiasu realm was extremely wide, this strange sky would occasionally penetrate through the distance of space and project to other places. There was no accurate concept of space and time in the void. The order of energy in the void was chaotic. It could be said that all energy and objects that entered the void would become chaotic. There would be contradictions and confusion between themselves. If one wanted to isolate this phenomenon, one could only use energy to counteract the chaotic state brought about by the void. Furthermore, one had to maintain the flow of energy at all times. It was also possible to directly use one's powerful body to resist the void. However, that was the power of the strong gods. When cultivators below the beginner god level rushed into the void, they had to constantly use their energy to isolate themselves from the void and avoid direct contact with it. However, this would quickly drain their energy and be completely devoured by the void. Even their own existence would be vaporized. The dark purple sky was the actual void. If one shattered it, one would be able to see the vast river of time and the time barrier below. The void was a barrier that blocked everyone from exploring the river of time. However, this barrier did not exist for the gods. To them, if they wanted to see the magnificence of the river of time, they just had to shatter the void. Perhaps it was just a matter of lifting their hands. At most, they would just have to use a bit of strength. After rushing into the area of the void, Ming propped up a layer of golden energy barrier that covered her and Yun Nuoxing. The golden flames on the barrier burned away all the corrosive power of the void. Bing Air and Chu Yingzhan also had similar measures. Fortunately, this area called the void was not really in the void. Otherwise, even they would not dare to rush into the void directly at this moment. The only real void was the dark purple sky in the sky. After entering the void domain, moving forward became slightly more troublesome. It was still a problem of space. The interference brought about by the void domain slightly disturbed space and time. Yun Nuashing had no choice but to position herself at all times. Ming and the others had to be prepared to change their direction at any time. Under such troublesome circumstances, they spent more time and finally arrived at the location of the lair of beasts where Feng Er was. Yun Nuashing sighed and said, "Phew, you don't need to sense it this time. I can feel it too. This cave is probably filled with a lot of souls." In front of them, in the mountain range below, a huge cave suddenly appeared. The souls turned into a chilly wind that blew out from the cave. The whistling sound of the wind made the people who heard it feel a chill down their spine. The dense soul power almost materialized at the cave entrance, revealing a vague beast shape that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws at the space. Shouldn't this place be in the soul area? Ming could not help but frown. The divine energy on her body clashed with the dark energy in this place, making her feel uncomfortable. Yun Nuashing subconsciously held Ming's hand and said softly, "Who knows? I have to say that those unreasonably large skeletons should be left behind by the Shifter Emperor. In the end, they all revealed the aura of the mortal rank." Looking at her hand that was being held, Ming's pretty face blushed slightly. Then she gripped Ming's hand tightly, and an imperceptible smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Chu Yingzhan saw this scene and could not help but click her tongue. However, the chilly wind was too loud, and her voice could not be heard. "Don't dawdle. We have to go in anyway. There's no difference between going in now and going in after careful consideration." Chu Yingzhan swung her sleeves and rushed into the cave like lightning. Seeing this, Yun Nuashing and the other two were dumbfounded and quickly followed. As soon as they entered the myriad beasts' cave, Yun Nuashing suddenly felt a ferocious aura rising. The soul power that had been accumulating for God knows how many years was exerting a great pressure on the intruders, causing their expressions to stiffen. However, when Bing Er stepped forward, an icy blue light appeared on her body, and she revealed an even more frightening dragon's aura. The soul power retreated as if it had met its natural enemy. Although it could not be compared to Feng, Oi's status as one of the 4 divine beasts. Bing Er herself was a divine beast, and she was also from the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan was almost at the top of the magical beast world and the Shifter Clan. Her dragon's aura had a suppressive effect on the majority of demon beasts, even their souls. Among the dead magical beasts and demon beasts, there are also members of the Dragon Clan. They are not affected by my dragon's aura, but at least they won't attack us. Bing Er said. She released an even more powerful dragon's aura and walked into the cave. Yun Nuashing and the other 2 quickly followed. Inside the cave, they could see layers of skeletons in front of them from time to time. It was impossible to tell which skeletons belonged to which magical beasts. They were all mixed together, and bones of all sizes were piled up in a pile. It looked extremely horrifying. There was no path in the cave. They had to climb over the mountain of skeletons, as if they were climbing a mountain. With Bing Er leading the way, they did not encounter any obstacles. After walking for nearly an hour on the mountain of skeletons in the cave, Yun Nuashing and the other 3 gradually slowed down. And Bing Er stomped her foot on the skeleton. Mei Mao narrowed her eyes. The soul aura here has disappeared. Sister Feng, Er's aura is lingering inside. It should be her power that suppressed all the souls in the vicinity. It's okay. I can sense Feng Er's aura. She's inside. I have bad news. Yun Nuashing coughed dryly and said with a slightly strange expression, "What bad news? Tell me, I'm ready." Chu Yingzhan put her hands on her hips and stared straight at Yun Nuashing. Yun Nuashing muttered to herself for a while. She opened her mouth several times, wanting to say something. In the end, she didn't know what to say. In the end, she could only say faintly, "You will know in a while." The 3 girls widened their eyes when they heard this. Chu Yingzhan slapped her forehead, and then slapped Yun Nuoxing's forehead. F*CKU. No, I don't know what to say in this situation. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly and rubbed her head. She pointed to the front and said, "Let's go and take a look first." Chu Yingzhan jumped down from the mountain of skeletons with Ming and landed lightly on the ground. She glanced at him and was about to walk forward when Yun Nuoxing stopped her. He stretched out his hand with a serious expression, as if he was trying to touch something. He stretched his hand more than a foot in front of him. A colorful barrier suddenly appeared and blocked his hand. Chu Yingzhan looked at the colorful barrier that suddenly appeared. Mei Mao blinked. The barrier covered the ground, but the top of the barrier was on top of the huge mountain of skeletons. A great deterrent force hovered above the barrier. It might not be a big deal if they touched it, but if they tried to forcefully break through it, they might suffer a powerful counterattack. What is this thing? After feeling that she couldn't handle it, Chu Yingzhan looked at Yun Nuoxing beside her with a serious expression. I don't know. Yun Nuoxing shook her head and looked at Bing Er. Bing Er, you are a demonic beast. Do you know what this thing is? Bing Er nodded and gently touched the barrier with her hand. Then she said, This barrier is formed by the souls of countless demonic beasts. It is an ordinary soul barrier, but it is formed by the souls of countless demonic beasts and demonic beasts. It is a normal soul barrier, but it is formed by the souls of countless demonic beasts and demonic beasts. It contains a terrifying obsession. Pure strength shouldn't be able to break it. Then, how do we break it? Chu Yingzhan asked. Bing Er frowned. The power of the bloodline, the power of the soul, as long as I can suppress the majority of the souls and obsessions here, I should be able to break the card. Sister Feng Er should have used her bloodline to forcibly suppress the countless souls and obsessions before entering. I shouldn't be able to break the card. There are many mythical beasts mixed in here. Let me. Yun Nuoxing shrugged and took a deep breath. Her arm lit up with a golden light. She touched the soul barrier with her hand. Suddenly the barrier caved in. My God spirit blood pulse hasn't fully awakened, but it should be able to break this soul barrier. After a faint laugh, the palm pressed down, and the sunken barrier suddenly began to ripple. Then, like glass shattering, a large piece of the barrier shattered and fell to the ground. Let's go. Seeing that the barrier was broken, the golden light on Yun Nuoxing's arm shrunk. She shrugged at the three women and stepped in. Ming quickly followed and held his arm. Bing Er and Chu Yingzhan followed closely behind. As the four of them stepped into the soul barrier, the broken hole shook slightly and slowly healed. After stepping into the soul barrier, Yun Nuoxing and the others saw a blur in front of their eyes. Then, the huge mountain of bones disappeared. What replaced it was a ground full of bones. The surrounding mountain walls were engraved with golden characters. This was still the interior of the cave, and the empty space was quite large. It appeared to be a place that was sandwiched between two large, protruding mountain rocks. Behind them, the colorful spiritual barrier was erected in the empty space between the two mountain rocks, sealing off the only path. This sealed area was filled with a faintly discernible pressure. That prehistoric and ancient aura caused the energy within the bodies of the four people from Yun Nuo star to tremble gently. Yun Nuoxing did not have much power. This pressure almost turned her into an ordinary person. Bing Er was a demonic beast, Ming was a mysterious angel, and Chu Yingzhan seemed to have a strong background. The three of them were only suppressed for a moment. Then they recovered. They forced themselves to withstand the pressure and return the flow of their divine qi to normal. Pardon! Just as Yun Nuoxing thought he was being treated differently, his heart suddenly jumped. His golden red blood pulse quickly flowed. An extremely scary pressure exploded from his body. It was like a god descending to earth. It suddenly filled the entire space. At that moment, Yun Nuoxing's entire body became gold. The power of his god spirit blood pulse made the golden symbols on the mountain walls dim. The ancient pressure suddenly disappeared. This sudden blood pulse explosion shocked the three women, but the situation quickly disappeared. It was as if Yun Nuashing's God Spirit blood pulse was not happy that other pressures had touched it. It fiercely fought back. The pressure that filled the air disappeared without a trace. It was as if nothing had happened. You are so powerful. Your blood pulse is so overbearing. Chu Yingzhan looked at him, speechless. She lifted her lips. Yun Nuashing had a wry smile. The sudden explosion shocked him. He did not expect his blood pulse to be so overbearing. In that sealed space, there was an ancient smell everywhere. It was as if countless years of time had accumulated. Yun Nuashing and the others could almost feel the flow of time. This space wasn't very big. When he raised his head, he could easily see the top. It was less than 100 meters away. The mountain walls were densely engraved with golden runes. From top to bottom, it looked like a golden waterfall. Even the bones on the ground were engraved with golden runes. When one of the bones was kicked over, he could see that the other side was engraved with golden runes. After sizing up the space in a short while, Yun Nuashing lowered his gaze. 10 meters in front of him, there was a distorted space. The nearby golden talismans were all engraved in the space. From the looks of it, it was as if the golden talismans were attracted to the space. 1 meter above the ground, they formed a cocoon that was more than 3 meters tall and wrapped in golden talismans. Densely packed talismans wrapped around this cocoon, and Feng Er's aura was coming from it. When they saw this scene, Ming Ming and Chu Yingzhan finally understood why Yun Nuashing couldn't speak. What kind of situation was this? Chapter 837. In the deepest part of the nest of 10,000 beasts, on the ground that was piled up with skeletons, golden runes left the mountain walls and gathered 1 meter above the ground, forming an oval that was 2 meters tall. At first glance, it looked like an egg, and the golden runes were the eggshell. An incomparably strong life force came from within, and through the gaps, one could vaguely see crimson flames growing endlessly. That powerful life force was undergoing nirvana and rebirth. Yun Nuashing stared blankly at the area that was wrapped up by the golden runes. If it weren't for some discordant sounds in his ears, he might have remained in a daze for a while. The sound of sharp teeth rubbing against bones was not terrifying, but rather strange. Yun Nuashing and the others were startled and quickly turned their heads. On the ground that was piled up with white bones, there was a pure white and soft ball. Its 6 pure white tails were spinning nonstop like windmills, slapping the skeletons on the ground with a strange rhythm. At this moment, this fox's small body was crawling on the ground, holding a white bone that was engraved with golden runes. It opened its mouth and bit, or was it gnawing on it? Damn! Xiao Xian, this thing can't be eaten. After staring blankly for a while, Yun Nuashing finally reacted. He was shocked by Xiao Xian's actions and rushed over, wanting to grab Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian, who was holding onto a bone and gnawing on it with relish, was startled by this sudden movement. Her hair stood on end, and she cried out in surprise. She hurriedly jumped up, and did not forget to use her tail to wrap around the bone. Then, she ran around this sealed space with all her might. Yun Nuashing was busy screaming and catching them from behind. He overturned a layer of white bones on the ground, and a layer of broken bones and broken golden talismans covered the ground. Ming Ming and the other 2 watched from the side and counted how many rounds these 2 fellows had run around this place. When Yun Nuashing saw the messy scene in front of him that had been tormented by them, he was shocked and stopped without any strength. He supported his waist with both hands and panted heavily. The 2 of them had almost created 2 trenches in this place, and they were trenches made of bones. If these big demons and magical beasts still had souls, they would probably eat these 2 troublemakers on the spot without any sauce. After Yun Nuashing stopped, Xiao Xian also jumped onto his head. She held the bone with her tail and put it in her mouth in a human-like manner. However, she obviously couldn't chew through it. The power of the golden runes was still there, and this bone wasn't an ordinary item. It was so hard that it could be used as a high-grade weapon. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't make a dent on it. But at least she was persevering. She raised her head and looked at the mess on the ground. The bones buried here didn't belong to ordinary demon beasts or demon beasts. Even if they were engraved with golden runes, many of them had been worn down by time and were very fragile. Those unlucky ones were crushed by Yun Nuashing and Xiao Xian's feet and were ground into powder. The two of them dug out a trench around a foot deep with their feet. Even the ground was dug out. After panting for a while, Yun Nuashing saw Xiao Xian standing obediently on his head. He sighed in annoyance and slapped his forehead. Only then did he realize that Xiao Xian was very obedient to him. Now that he didn't chase after them, he jumped up on his own accord. Then, what was he chasing after in the first place? He carried the little fellow down from his head. Xiao Xian stared at him with her bright, gem-like eyes. Her mouth was still busy trying to make a hole in the bone. There are a lot of broken bones on the ground. Xiao Xian is only struggling with this one. I thought she was grinding her teeth. Ming and the other two girls saw that the two of them had stopped and came forward. Ming looked at Xiao Xian, who was being held in front of Yun Nuashing and trying her best to chew on the bone, and said. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly and rubbed the little fellow's soft fur. Xiao Xian chirped at him and then tried her best to chew on the bone in her arms. Yun Nuashing couldn't stand it and said, "Is there anything special about this bone?" Xiao Xian called out and nodded her head. She seemed to know that she could not win against this 10,000-year-old bone. She held the bone with her two little claws and handed it to Yun Nuashing. There was some hope in her eyes. Yun Nuashing placed Xiao Xian on his shoulder and took the bone to look at it. This bone looked like a section of a human forearm. It was thick on both sides and thin in the middle. However, there were strange protrusions at both ends, and there was even a protrusion in the middle. It had a strange bone structure. He didn't know which powerful demon, beast, left it behind. The entire bone was only 2 feet long. Golden runes were densely engraved on it, and there were more engravings on it than on the other bones. At first glance, it looked like a golden bone. How do you want to do it? Cut it off? Grind it up? Or... Yun Nuashing lowered his head and asked. Xiao Xian's 6 tails swept around his neck and head. When she heard his question, she mimicked him and tilted her head. Then, she stretched out her 2 front paws and hesitated for a moment. Then, she made a gesture that looked like she was breaking the bone. Yun Nuashing and the others immediately understood. This little fellow is very intelligent. She should be able to transform after she grows a little more. Chu Yingzhan smacked her lips and snatched the bone from Yun Nuashing's hands. She grabbed both ends of the bone with her jade-like hands and took a deep breath. Then, she used all her strength to break it. She clenched her teeth tightly and her delicate body tensed up. However, the bone didn't give her any face. She didn't break it at all. She was so angry that she lifted her jade-like leg and slammed the bone on her thigh with all her might. Ouch! A scream that was comparable to a wild beast's echoed throughout the cave. It was so loud that it almost collapsed. Yun Nuashing caught the bone that was flung away by the little girl and looked at her helplessly. Chu Yingzhan was hugging her thigh in pain. She was hopping on the ground with one leg. Her beautiful face was filled with pain. This thing, it can be used as a divine weapon. Do you think it's fun to rub it on your thigh? Yun Nuashing sighed helplessly. Chu Yingzhan hugged her thigh in pain. Her eyes were glistening with tears. She glared at him fiercely and said, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "You didn't ask me," Yun Nuashing said innocently, looking at the incomparably hard bone. Yun Nuashing thought for a while. Then he had a flash of inspiration. He waved his hand and took out the sun god bow. Then he threw the bone into the air. Woo-woo! Just as Yun Nuashing was about to shoot an arrow and break the bone in half, Xiao Xian, who was on his shoulder, became anxious. She quickly tugged at Yun Nuoxing's long hair with her claws and shook her head vigorously. She uttered some desolate syllables, as if she did not want Yun Nuoxing to do so. The four of them were stunned for a moment. Although they did not understand the reason, Yun Nuoxing still stopped shooting. Ming Ming hurriedly caught the white bone and handed it to him. Then he smiled bitterly and said, "Don't tell me you want to gently cut it into two." Xiao Xian quickly nodded. Her furry face showed some excitement. Then she gave Ming a thumbs up with her little claws like a human hand. The 6 tails behind her were wagging so hard that they were about to fly. She could not be any more human. Then what should we do? Yun Nuoxing stared at the bone that was returned to his hand. This divine weapon could not be used. They could not break it apart violently, so they could only break it with brute force. However, this group of people did not have the strength to break this bone that was as strong as a divine weapon. Xiao Xian seemed to have thought of this problem as well. In an instant, her 2 ears that were perked up drooped down. She hung her head dejectedly and looked extremely dejected. The 4 people from Yun Nua planet felt their hearts ache when they saw her dull and lusterless appearance. However, Xiao Xian did not seem to care about this. Before Yun Nuoxing could comfort it, it pricked up its ears and wagged its tail. No one knew what it was happy about. In short, it was obvious from its face that it was happy. Seeing that Xiao Xian immediately recovered its mood, Yun Nuoxing heaved a sigh of relief. She temporarily put away the bone in her hand. Then she looked at the place where the golden talisman was wrapped into a ball. She frowned and walked closer to observe it. Chu Yingzhan glanced at the egg wrapped in golden talismans. She made a tearing gesture and grinned. "Do you want to dig it out?" Yun Nuoxing glanced at her silently. He thought for a moment and tried to connect with Feng Er's soul. However, the latter seemed to be in a deep sleep. He had no idea what she had experienced in the nest of 10,000 beasts. Anyway, she looked like an egg no matter how he looked at it. Yun Nuoxing could not think of any special method for the time being. Luckily, he could sense that Feng was in good condition. Otherwise, he would have started to feel anxious. However, even if he was not anxious, he felt that he could not just leave it here. The power of these golden talismans had been mostly drained by the life inside them. They were dim and had no energy. They were just decorations. Although Chu Yingzhan's idea was a little scary, he also had the same idea. After hesitating for a moment, Yun Nuoxing nodded. She gently reached out her hand and touched the area where the golden talismans were wrapped into a ball. At first, she thought that she would be blocked, but in the end, her palm shattered the golden talismans. The talismans condensed into small pieces and fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Ming picked up the talisman pieces that were rapidly turning black after leaving the body. She placed them under her nose and sniffed them. Then, she pinched them with her jade hand. The talisman pieces produced a crisp sound and turned into a pile of gray ashes that fell from her fingers. "It's burnt. The talismans have been burned to crisp. It should be Feng Er's flame," Yun Nuoxing muttered. She waved her hand around a few times, and the golden talismans fell in pieces. When they left the body, they turned into black charred pieces and shattered piece by piece. Those were the products of the talismans being burned by the true phoenix fire. In a sense, they were no longer talismans. Anyway, they were just crispy things. Yun Nuoxing did not know how to describe this kind of product that had mutated after being burned. After digging out a big hole in the golden talismans, Yun Nuoxing and the others squeezed their heads together and looked in at the same time. Then they were all stunned. In the middle of the golden talismans was an egg the size of a head. It was a reddish-pink egg. The golden talismans had turned into chains that were as wide as a finger and were connected to the reddish-pink egg, as if fixing it in the middle. Those talisman chains no longer had any energy waves. This was something that Yun Nuoxing could still sense. "It's not quite the same as it looked at the beginning," Yun Nuoxing murmured. When he first saw the phoenix egg Half of it was black, and the other half was a mixture of pink and red. It was very gorgeous. Of course, now that the entire egg was reddish pink, it was also very beautiful. However, he was a little concerned about the way it looked at the beginning. It felt a little different. Yoon Nuashing and the others looked at each other for a while and communicated with their eyes for more than 10 seconds. In the end, Yoon Nuashing coughed dryly and stretched out her hands to carry the reddish-pink phoenix egg. The golden talisman chains shattered. They were also burned like charcoal by the true phoenix fire. After they collapsed, even their original form could not be recognized. After carrying the phoenix egg out, Yoon Nuashing did not have time to make the next move. A half-foot-wide tongue of flame erupted from the top of the egg and swept around in a circle. Yoon Nuashing and the others cried out in alarm and hurriedly tilted their heads back. The tongue of flame swept across the top of their faces. Before it touched them, they could feel a burning sensation coming from their noses. Even the space around them trembled when the tongue of flame swept across. Phone, or can't even sleep peacefully. Ming laughed bitterly. Fortunately, he had dodged the burn quickly. If he had been any slower, his face would have been blackened. Yoon Nuashing laughed bitterly. Then he felt his long hair being pulled. He hurriedly lowered his head and saw Xiao Xian looking at the top of the phoenix egg excitedly. She tugged on his long hair with her little paw and pointed at the top of the egg where the tongue of flame was erupting from with her other paw. She cried out excitedly and kept looking at Yoon Nuashing with her lively eyes. She even fluttered her wings a few times. This natural and adorable action made Yoon Nuashing and the others look satisfied. Yoon Nuashing hurriedly took out the white bone that she had just put away. Then she carefully placed Feng, or the egg, in Ming's arms. She carefully held the white bone and pointed its middle at the top of the phoenix egg. Scorching flames were still erupting from that spot from time to time. Although the flames were not as powerful as before, the residual power was still not to be underestimated. Crimson pink flames spurted out from the top of the phoenix egg. Yoon Nuashing adjusted the position so that the flames would accurately hit the middle of the white bone. The golden talisman emitted a dazzling light at the spot where the white bone came into contact with the flames. The energy contained within the talisman was spontaneously resisting the powerful force of the true phoenix fire. However, the difference in power was too great. Soon the golden talisman was burned into pieces of charcoal. It fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Yoon Nuashing tilted her head and looked at Xiao Xian. She saw that it was staring at the white bone longingly without any other reaction. Yoon Nuashing knew that this method was feasible. She immediately began to slowly burn the white bone. At the place burned by the true phoenix fire, the golden talismans all fell off within a minute, revealing the white bones underneath. Perhaps Feng, who was in deep sleep, felt Yoon Nuashing's movement. The fire spouting point at the top of the egg suddenly trembled, and then a large amount of true phoenix fire gushed out. The 4 of them were so scared that they hurriedly retracted their heads, and only then did they not end up bald. The large gust of flame was very high. It was a slender flame pillar. In an instant, it pierced through the middle of the white bone. Although it was as hard as a high-grade weapon, the true phoenix fire had the power to burn gods into ashes. In Feng Er's most primitive state, when she was still an egg, the true phoenix fire was the most powerful. Of course, in the later stages, when her power matured, she could also use the true phoenix fire with ease. The white bone broke into 2 pieces without making a sound. A strange, sweet fragrance filled the air. Yoon Nuashing took a light sniff. Her entire body trembled and her eyes lit up. This is divine essence, and it's the divine essence of a divine beast. It's almost the same as the divine essence condensed by an emperor god. In fact, the effect is even better. If I have a drop, I can recover a lot of power. Slurp! Chu Yingzhan and Mei Mao's eyes lit up. She slurped the saliva that flowed out of her mouth. She looked at the 2 pieces of broken bone in Yoon Nuashing's hands like a crazy man. Yoon Nuashing sniffed. After confirming that the smell was right, he nodded. When he turned around and saw her like this, he was so scared that he jumped. Then he hurriedly shook his head. This is what Xiao Xian found. I know, I'm just taking a look. Chu Yingzhan rolled her eyes at him. Then she continued to drool as she looked at the 2 pieces of broken bone. If she had a drop, she could guarantee that she could recover a lot of power in an instant. However, there wasn't a lot of divine essence flowing in the 2 pieces of broken bone. There were probably only about 10 drops. Xiao Xian shook her tail and quickly took one of the pieces of broken bone. She rolled the other half with her tail and placed it in front of Yun Nuoxing. Then she hugged the broken bone and sucked on it. She was intoxicated in her own world after taking the remaining half of the bone. Yun Nuoxing was shocked to find that there were 7 drops of divine essence in it. Each drop was about half the size of a pinky nail. Yun Nuoxing blinked. This somewhat shabby amount made him miss the first time she condensed a basin of divine essence. At that time, he drank the divine essence like it was water, although he didn't waste it that much. Yun Nuoxing shook the broken bone and looked at it. Then she handed it to Ming and said with a smile, "You guys can share it. I don't need it." Ming was stunned for a moment. Just as he was about to say something, Chu Yingzhan's eyes glowed green as she looked at Ming eagerly. Her eagerness to please Ming made Ming smile bitterly, but she didn't refuse. She and Yun Nuoxing didn't need to be polite with each other. Besides, Yun Nuoxing knew that this thing wouldn't have much effect on him. Even if it could be unsealed, it would only be unsealing one divine artifact. However, if the 3 of them shared it equally, all 3 of them could recover to demi-demon rank, and one of them could even advance to demi-demon rank. It was much better than having a divine artifact that could only be used once in a short period of time, especially on a battlefield like this. In the end, Ming and the other 2 women each got 2 drops. Ming forcefully stuffed the last drop into Yun Nuoxing's mouth. Yes, forcefully feeding her directly, the kind where he personally moved his mouth. However, after feeding her, Yun Nuoxing squatted aside with a gloomy face. It was as if her worldview had collapsed. She couldn't help but mutter something. She looked like a broken person. Chu Yingzhan looked at her silently, then sighed and looked at Ming. "I think you've learned bad things." Ming laughed dryly. Chapter 838. The barrier in the depths of the lair of myriad beasts could not be broken without a special bloodline or soul. This place was a natural hiding spot. Ming and the other 2 girls discussed for a while and decided to recover their strength here. Yun Nuoxing had discovered that the golden talisman had the effect of gathering energy. However, it was not ordinary energy, but the remaining energy in the bones of the demonic beasts that had not dissipated, other than Bing, air, and foam. No one else could use this energy. Oh, there was also Xiao Xian. However, it did not intend to sit down and cultivate. At this moment, it was digging 3 feet into the ground with Yun Nuoxing out of boredom. The broken bones on the ground were almost thrown into a whirlwind. With the help of the drop of divine marrow, Yun Nuoxing tried to break the seal again. The result made him cry. He still managed to recover a weapon. His strength was firmly fixed at the emptiness realm. It was no wonder. If he directly recovered to the immortal realm, he would probably be able to use all the weapons. Although he realized that the leap was a little big, how long would it take for him to break the seal at such a slow pace? He had close to 200 divine weapons in his body. It was a moving arsenal. The weapon that had just broken the seal made Yun Nuoxing a little surprised. It was a square black book. In the middle of the book's cover was a 2-finger-wide, golden, diamond-shaped crystal. It was the Formation Book, a 12th level eternal divine weapon. There were countless formations engraved in it. He could feel a familiar wave of energy flowing in it. Unfortunately, he could only use one formation at a time. His strength had dropped to the emptiness realm, so he could not even use formations. Xiao Xian used her 2 little claws to dig vigorously on the ground behind Yun Nuoxing's back, throwing the white bones all over the place. Yun Nuashing caught the white bones that were flying around, sifting through the parts with spirit and essence, and throwing the rest to a corner. Not long after, there was a 3 to 4 meter tall mountain of bones in that corner. The man and the beast were having a lot of fun. One was digging with all her might, while the other was picking and sifting. When Ming accidentally opened his eyes, he saw a huge pile of bones flying back and forth in front of him, as if there was a whirlwind of bones. He then looked at Yun Nuashing and Xiao Xian, who were busy, and closed his eyes with a bitter smile. Yun Nuashing and Xiao Xian managed to find some holy bones that contained divine marrow. They had strange shapes, and a few of them seemed to be ribs. However, other than the one they saw at the beginning, the divine marrow concentration wasn't as high, and the energy wasn't as pure as the former. However, they were still rare items, and they were in need of them now. 1, 2, 3, 36 drops. After burning the piles of white bones with the true phoenix fire, Yun Nuashing condensed the fragrant white and golden drops into round beads that looked like pills. Then he tossed a few of them to Xiao Xian and put them away. The remaining ones were of great use to him, and he had to think about whether he should use them himself or leave them for Lin Sheng and the others after swallowing the pills that were condensed from divine marrow. Xiao Xian licked her claws as if she hadn't had enough yet. Her 6 tails wagged, and just as she was about to dig the ground again, a wave of energy suddenly came from the soul barrier. A huge crack was torn open in the middle, and a group of people swarmed in. Yun Nuashing and Xiao Xian were stunned, and the latter jumped onto his shoulder. Yun Nuashing quickly put the phoenix egg into her portable space. Ming and the other 2 girls also opened their eyes vigilantly and rushed in front of Yun Nuashing in a flash. They looked at the people who came in cautiously, and the energy waves in their bodies were suppressed by them. Unlucky, I'm recovering my strength. It's not a good time to make a move. Chu Yingzhan smacked her lips and looked at the group of people who came in rather gloomily. Taking a closer look, the group of 7 people was no different from humans, but the energy waves rolling in their bodies told them that they weren't humans. Moreover, these 7 people had just torn open the soul barrier to come in, so there must be a rather powerful demon clan bloodline among them. 3 of them are young divine beasts. That kind of energy wave can't be concealed. It must be the blood of the 3 of them that forcefully tore open the barrier. Bing Air moved closer to Yun Nuashing's ear and whispered, "The remaining 4 are at least divine beasts." The 7 people who broke into this place looked around in a daze. When they saw the golden symbols, they were slightly shocked. In the end, they stopped at the place where the golden symbols were wrapped together. Immediately, the expressions of the group of people became sluggish. This is the Chongling tomb. After the sluggishness lasted for a while, a man among the 7 people let out an extremely shocked scream. That scream also stunned Bing Air. Feeling the change in Bing Air's expression, Yun Nuashing hurriedly asked in her soul, "What is this? What is the Chongling tomb?" Bing Air blinked at Mei Mao, and her expression was a little serious. The Chongling tomb is a special place formed by many demon clans. I see these golden talismans. That golden talisman is the core of the Chongling tomb. It contains the lifetime power of all the powerful demon beasts here. Now, it has been taken away by Sister Feng Air. The core of the Chongling tomb is gone. Normally, the Chongling tomb will be taken back by the demon clan. There are many things inside that are related to their clansmen, including many inheritances, and the demon clan hates the inheritances of their clansmen falling into the hands of others. These were all fragments of the bloodline, and they contained information. Bing Air and Feng Air both had it, although they were not very old. With the help of these fragments, they could quickly understand this world. This was the talent of holy beasts and divine beasts. Although I don't know exactly how bad it is, this fairy knows that it is very bad now. Chu Yingzhan heard this and raised her eyebrows. Damn it, the 3 of us are still in the process of leveling up. If we do something like this, These narrow-minded guys will definitely do something to us when they see that the Chongling tomb has been taken away. While they were quickly communicating with their souls, the 7 people also saw the broken core. Suddenly, the look in their eyes changed. This look also made Yun Nuashing and the other 3 increase their vigilance. Human clan. Slightly squinting eyes swept across Yun Nuashing and the others, and finally fixed on Bing Er. That devilish-looking man took a step forward and said coldly, as a divine beast, "You are actually with the human clan. Which clan are you from?" That rude voice made Bing Er's expression turn cold. The blue gold Mei Mao changed slightly and turned into a pair of dragon eyes. Substantial golden light erupted from her eyes, and an ice mark appeared between her eyebrows. A huge dragon's aura spread out from her delicate body. Dragon clan! The demonic man's expression trembled slightly. He felt a little uncomfortable when the great dragon's might descended on him. However, his companions also took a step forward immediately. 7 surging waves of might suddenly burst out from their bodies and swept out like a storm. The white bones on the ground creaked as they were scraped. Faced with such a terrifying aura, Bing Er did not retreat at all. She slowly spat out a dragon's breath. An even more terrifying aura mixed with the power of ice surged out and forcibly resisted the auras of the 7 people. It even had the tendency to suppress them. The strength of the Dragon Clan's aura was obvious. You are leveling up, and you still dare to compete with our auras? The devilish-looking man sneered. The light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. Being suppressed by Bing Er's aura seemed to have stimulated him. At this time, he was almost using his full strength. Even though Bing Er was several realms higher than them, the 7 of them were still able to resist her. Seeing that you are for the Dragon Clan, hand over the inheritance of the Chongling tomb and I can let you leave safely. Otherwise, with the strength of the 4 of you, if we really fight, you won't be able to stop us. Moreover, there is still a burden. As the last sentence fell, Ming Ming and Bing furrowed their brows. The former drew her angelic sacred sword with a swoosh, no longer suppressing the tumbling power in her body. Rumbling sounds could be heard as she actually wanted to fight while advancing. Wow, the life form of an angel is really enviable. Chu Yingzhen looked at Ming enviously. She was only a weak human and did not have such power. Fighting while leveling up was something that humans could not do. However, Ming's life form had turned into an angel and seemed to be able to do it. 3 of them are 5th rank half-immortals, and the other 4 are all in the mortal realm. We can fight them, Bing said coldly. As her voice fell, a biting cold wind seemed to blow in the air. The holy aura that erupted from Ming stunned the 7 people. After a moment, they sneered. You overestimate yourself. Seal. Just as the 2 sides were brewing to the extreme, a soft shout suddenly spread throughout the space, causing both sides to be stunned. Then, the 7 people from the Demon Clan suddenly discovered that a 10-foot wide array had suddenly appeared on the ground where they were standing. Pieces of black curtains rose from the edge of the black array, instantly sealing off the space. At this time, as soon as the soft shout fell, a black semicircle appeared. Golden runes were still slowly flowing on the surface of the semicircle, and a sealing force permeated the air. Ming and Bing Er, who were about to attack, were stunned. They quickly turned around and saw Yun Nuashing holding a black book in her hand. At this time, the book was flipping through the pages, and the shocking energy waves slowly dissipated. Clap! She put her hands together and closed the array book. Looking at the semicircle not far away, Yun Nuashing held the array book and lightly knocked on Ming and Bing Er's heads. She smiled and said, "Let's go. Let's leave first. This array can trap them for 3 days. There won't be any accidents." Hearing this, Ming and Bing Er looked at each other blankly. Then they smiled bitterly. It seemed that their desperate efforts just now were just for show. Yun Nuashing just raised her hand and sealed the 7 people. Fortunately, the array book was unsealed. If it was another one, it would be difficult to leave today. In this sealed place, if other divine artifacts were used, it would easily affect us. After putting away the array book, Yun Nuashing spread her hands. After casually sealing the 7 people, Xiao Xian quickly jumped out from Yun Nuashing's neck and quickly dug on the ground. After a while, she used her tail to wrap a few white bones and ran back. Then, she stuffed them into Yun Nuashing's portable space. Then, the group hurriedly ran out. Before leaving, Chu Yingzhan waved her hand and piled all the bones in the long spirit tomb on the black semicircle. She laughed eerily and said, "I hope they won't be smashed to death when I unseal them." Yun Nuashing and the others looked at her in shock. Didn't this girl just use the sacred bone to rub herself? Why was she so resentful? They hurriedly opened a gap in the soul barrier, and the group filed out. 3 half-immortals and 4 mortal level 11th level. After coming out of the lair of 1,000 beasts, Yun Nuashing and the others rushed into the sky. Only then did they have the time to think about what just happened. Bing Air frowned slightly and said, "They should be from the Goblin clan. That kind of pure goblin bloodline and power. There shouldn't be anyone from the Goblin clan in the academy. There are more humans there. Most goblins will cultivate in their clan until they reach adulthood and receive their inheritance. Occasionally, they will go out alone to train." When Bing Air was speaking, Yun Nuashing was in a daze. He was in a daze for a long time until the 3 girls looked at him strangely. Then he came back to his senses and laughed dryly. "Well, quickly recover your strength before the spirit marrow dissipates. Hurry." "Why? Hurry to reincarnate? How can we recover if we don't have a place to sit down?" Chu Yingzhan rolled her eyes. Yun Nuashing thought about it and felt that it was true. Ming looked around and quickly found a hidden place to rest. There weren't many people in the void domain, and the central area wasn't crowded yet. The 7 people they saw just now were just an accident. Just like the 4 of them, they entered this place much earlier than others. After spending 2 days to use up the spirit marrow's power, Ming and the others recovered their strength close to the 9th level of the immortal realm. Chu Yingzhan was very dissatisfied with this. If it weren't for the 7 people disturbing her, she could have rushed into the half-immortal realm in one go. Go, 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 we have to speed up. At this moment, the battlefield is under our control. However, Chu Yingzhan was still very happy. She immediately sent out a burst of energy where they were standing, blowing half a mountain away. Even Yun Nuashing was sent flying. Ming quickly caught him. "You crazy girl, what's wrong with you?" Yun Nuashing angrily hit Chu Yingzhan's head with a knife. She agreed with what Chu Yingzhan said. As time passed, everyone's strength would become stronger. According to the timeline, most of the people might be in the half-immortal realm now. Some people with unique opportunities might have rushed into the immortal realm. For example, this group of people had been avoiding fighting and saving their strength. "It's been 2 days. I hope we can still make it." Yun Nuashing stretched and looked into the distance. "What? Are we going to join in the fun? It just so happens that my bones are almost moldy from cultivating. Let's go fight? Let's go fight." When Chu Yingzhan heard the movement, her eyes immediately lit up like 2 luminous pearls. A row of white teeth appeared in excitement. It was very dazzling. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes and said, 2 days ago I received news from the token. It was from Lin Shang and the others. A broken relic appeared at the border between the soul region and the ordinary region. It's still sealed today. If I'm not wrong, the strength of the relic has reached. After pondering for a while, she said with uncertainty, "It should be at the half-immortal realm? Maybe it's at the demon realm." "Then let's go. Hurry up. Don't let others take all the good things." Chu Yingzhan was very excited. She grabbed Yun Nuashing, who hadn't reacted yet. With a swoosh, they rushed toward the horizon. Ming and Bing Air were stunned for a while and quickly followed. "Crazy girl, Let me down. I'm going to suffocate, suffocate. The sudden appearance of the relic caught the attention of Yun Nuashing and the others. They came from that direction. They saw some relics and palaces on the way, but they didn't go down to take a look. However, they didn't see a place with an energy strength that exceeded the immortal realm. The sudden appearance of a half-immortal relic made them a little suspicious. However, they didn't think too much about it. At most, they were a little concerned. Maybe they missed it from the beginning. The place where the ruins were located was a little remote. After confirming the location, the four of them were no longer suspicious because this place was not on the path they had taken at the beginning. That place was below the soul region, close to the special region below. By the time the four of them approached Yun Nuashing, half a day had already passed. The sun was setting in the west, and the colors of the various regions in the sky had changed because of this, and it had slightly darkened. Yun Nuashing and the others gradually slowed down as they approached the relic. After searching for a while, they found the place. Yun Nuashing's gaze first stopped at a very eye-catching place. The vision of the eye of the ocean penetrated through the distant space and saw the center of a space. There was a particularly shiny object hanging in the sky. It looked like a trophy with a small sun on top. The wood elemental holy relic hasn't been taken yet. Yun Nuashing's tone was a little surprised. However, she recovered after a while. This was expected. The method of snatching the holy relic seemed to be a little unusual. They couldn't use normal methods. However, she wasn't sure what method to use. This was the boundary between the soul region and the wood elemental region. The primitive forest below was dark in color. Rich soul energy and wood elemental energy surrounded the forest. The dense towering trees were wrapped in a light purple aura. The soul energy that was supposed to be transparent appeared light purple on the trees. Although the ancient trees were growing at an astonishing speed, they didn't emit any vitality. Instead, they gave off a gloomy feeling. It was as if the entire ancient tree had been contaminated by the soul energy. Nestled in Ming's arms, Yun Nuashing poked her head out. Her blue eyes swept across the sky. There are quite a lot of people. 2 days is enough for a lot of people to gather here. Have you seen Lin Sheng and the others? Ming and the others were also looking around. In the sky above this large primeval forest, a large group of figures had already gathered. Further away, Yun Nua Planet could still see people rushing over with the sound of wind breaking. However, after sensing the aura of these people, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Although the others had more people, their individual strength was extremely strong, wasn't it? If they were safe, they could still get a share of the loot. The crowd in this area also sensed the arrival of Yun Nuashing and the others. Many people turned their gazes over, vigilance appearing in their eyes. Although this group of people was standing at the edge, the strong aura that was faintly discernible made many people feel pressured. At this moment, a sharp sound of rushing wind resounded across the sky. Countless people's expressions changed slightly. Their solemn gazes were cast towards the west. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, under the dark sky, a group of people with extremely majestic energy, fluctuations were rapidly approaching. If one looked carefully, one could see a large group of people wearing long white robes rapidly approaching that area. They were rushing over as fast as lightning. The people from the Highlight Academy. Damn, this group of fiends. Those fellows who cause trouble wherever we go are here again. Last time they caused a ruin to collapse. Let's go, let's go. Our lives are more important. Hearing these exclamations, Yun Nuashing and the others looked at each other. They had left for nearly half a month. What kind of thing had this group of people done that angered the gods and men? Why did they scare them away the moment they appeared?